here we are, my friends. How we doing? Sorry, I'm running a little late tonight. I hope all is well with you. I had a basketball session tonight that I had to do, and then get home in some traffic and get ready and come for you before you today. Welcome to Monday night's edition of The Indoctrination. My name is David Snedeker. I am your host. We are going to get into it fairly quickly tonight. And let's see what we got in the studio here. We have 6:23. Is that 8:23? I can't tell. But at any rate, please share this out, folks. Facebook is censoring us as well as PayPal and Venmo, as you know. So, still working out some details, but we'll be out of here soon. Cheers, everybody. Let me just get to you here and make sure. Hold on one sec. There we go. Okay, my friends. So what a weekend. A lot going on. We're going to get into it. I just want to say that the state of affairs of what we're experiencing is kind of at an all-time pitch, isn't it? In terms of the they're going all out in terms of trying to control humanity, and while at the same time they're receiving a thorough pushback by you and me, and so congratulations to that, all the patriots out there in the world that are absolutely crushing the narrative. Okay, we are the new news. We are the new media. The music that's trending, or, songs about Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. The Omicron, the COVID, making fun of it, talking about the pandemic, the comedy that's trending, J.P. Sears, people like him. The talk shows that are trending, the Joe Rogans, right? Our Truthcast, and we know LT, X22. This is where people are going for their information. They're going for their humor. They're going for their content. Why? Because they can no longer trust the mainstream media content out there. So here we are together in a nice little sned shed, little theater, where we gather as a community and download some new information, download some insight, share some insight, connect with other like-minded human beings. And by like-minded, I mean those who actually use their mind and engage their mind. And that's you. The Snedheads make up an audience that is, in my humble opinion, is unparalleled in its information and its information gathering, researching, and also in action. We have many of you who are engaging in your local communities, in your school boards, in your city councils, in your counties, in your neighborhoods. Not just sharing information, but connecting, trying to help each other through this. This is how we defeat the cabal, my friends, is every little step that we take is in the direction, in opposition of tyranny, is a very strong step, especially when we take those steps together. So welcome one and all. I hope you had a great weekend. I had a very, very relaxing weekend, although we did the show Saturday. So Monday comes kind of quickly. Please, prayers out for Christy, who is not feeling. We got two Christys not feeling well tonight. Christy Nance Taylor and Christy Blackburn. So prayers out for them. And we have quite a show for you tonight to really connect as to what's going on and what that's all about and what do we think is going to happen this week. Is a very interesting times that we live in, my friends, and I'm so glad that we are finding out more and more about it together. So let me clear up a few things here and get right down to it. Let me first pull up your beautiful chats, and there we go. So yeah, so we are cannot go live on Facebook, and so please come out of the Facebook realm. We cannot let them win, and right now they're winning because we're only at 882. Okay, so please share this out far and wide, and you're going to cover the Trump rally in Texas Saturday night. I need to check in, but I would like to do that with you Saturday night. So maybe we'll do a Friday night off again, like this week, and maybe do a Saturday show. So thanks for mentioning that, because that wasn't on my radar schedule-wise. So I appreciate you asking about that. All right, awesome. Ah, that was Margaret. Thank you. So, hello, one and all, and let's get into it. Yeah, we are at 9:05. I used to wait until we got to 700, then we'd wait till we got to 1,000. So let's get up to 1,000 here before we get started. But in the meantime, let's check our coats. If you're new here, welcome. Please let us know if you're new, because when you guys reach out, you are embraced by our community, and I want you to understand that you don't have to put up your dukes here. If you're in here for trouble, you're going to find it. It's going to be quick, and you're going to be released quite quickly. So the Mod Squad is on it, and I'd like to thank you all, the Mod Squad, for keeping our community safe and troll-free as best we can. But if you are here and you are searching for a community, if you're searching for truth, if you're searching for really, really great information, you look no further. You have found it, and so I'd love for you to let us know, and we'd love to say hello to you and welcome you, and feel free to ask any questions, because a lot of the folks here are very friendly. We're a very friendly group, so please feel free to reach out and ask questions, and no questions are dumb questions, because we're trying to help everybody along. All right, so we're walking into a theater. It's cold out. You're coming in out of the cold with a cold winter jacket, big heavy coat that represents all your indoctrination, all your preconceived notions, your unconscious bias, and your ego. And all we're going to do, you don't need that to protect you here. You're not going to have to make any major decisions, hopefully, for the next couple hours. So just take off all that coat and check it at the coat check. Grab a claim ticket. It's very safe there. You can grab it on your way out. Grab your claim ticket, grab a snack, grab a drink, grab your pet, grab your favorite person, your favorite you, and come on in. Let's download some info. Cheers, everyone. Happy Monday, January 24th, 2022. Having a little green tea and a little breathe right. Let's breathe, my friends. Let's breathe. My friends, if the show notes, two places to find the show notes. If they're not yet placed in the indoctrination.com, I'm sorry, that went to the indoctrination.shop, where you can get some great gear. Let me get rid of this and this. There we go. Excuse me. Go to the show notes right here at the top of the indoctrination.com. And that's where you'll find all the archived show notes, as well as Musing Monday, which is today, 124. Barbara, thank you. And also, Rob, thank you for getting that up. Rob, happy birthday to you, my friend. And I'm gonna sing when we got a little more in the house. Maybe you get Todd and Cindy on before we sing for you. All right. So, but happy birthday, my friend. And again, belated happy birthday to Quasi Pete. Hope you had a great weekend, brother. And thank you so much for all you do over there in Twitchville. So there you see it, Musing Monday, my friends. And there's the show notes right there. See how easy that is? Okay. And I mean, look at the show notes. Look at all this research, my friends. Look at all this. You want to go back to a show, go ahead and do it. And by the way, soon we're going to have the videos linked up with these as well. Okay, so you'll have access to both. All right, so here we go. The indoctrination. Tomorrow's headlines tonight with David Snedeker, where the news unlocks the map. Opening segment, freedom, truth, and bad actors. All right. Second segment, and we're also going to have a call-in from a listener, a Snedhead. Zoe's going to call in, and she's a young gal in her 20s, I should say, young woman, very strong woman in law enforcement. And so we're going to talk a little bit about her generation and a little bit about what she's seeing in the world, okay? And then we're going to have Todd and Cindy call in. We're going to do the second segment, do some dives and decodes, and then we'll finish up with a little news. Folks, you can send any information, non-headline, because obviously we get all the headline, but stuff that you find, stuff that you dig on, go ahead and send it to Barbara or Christy. And we'll use it in the show and give you credit right here. Show contributors: Chris, Marianne Simone, Brenda Kung, Trumpet 17, Brenda Gracie, Jim Rice, Judy Harden, Lisa Zavoya, Christy Kilburn, Jen Davis, and Rick DePlantis. Thank you all for your contributions. My friends, if you want to know who your tribe is, speak your truth and see who sticks around. Those are yours. That's what I've done. That's what I've done. Very simple. Very simple. But this is what I've done. Okay? Sharon, thank you. Yes, please like, folks. Do you understand that when I'm getting my our show canceled off Facebook and we're censored, do you understand how important it is to hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe so you know when I go live? Please do that. Please make that a point. If you want to know who your tribe is, speak your truth and see who sticks around. I mean, how many of you are speaking your truth and the tribe that you thought was your tribe aren't sticking around? They're going elsewhere, aren't they? Right? So please understand how important it is to just speak your truth, speak what you found to be true, not be afraid to speak your mind. The people that stick around, that's who you hang with. That's what I've done here, folks. Every night I go live, I hang out with 2,200 of my closest friends, and we have fun, we have laughs, we download a lot of information, and we do a lot of research together. People volunteer, excuse me. People volunteer to make phone calls on the behalf of the show and on the behalf of you to state, your purpose, say what you feel, and you have the backing of this show. We're always polite. We're always gracious, but we always speak our mind, and we always tell them if we have a problem, right? Pat, I love it. My tribe has no choice. I'm head of household. Well done. Awesome. Good to see you. I hang out with a dog and birds all day. Hey, that's all right. Cindy, hello. How are you? Um, let's see. Blondie, yes, Dave, you give the truth with docs to back it up. That's truth. Yes, thank you, Blondie. Yeah, that's why we do the show notes, folks, so that you can go and look and do your own research, right? I don't know how many shows do that. Um, do you know any shows that do that, guys? Let me know if you do. Because, that's why we do it, because I've always wanted to see it so that what I say can also be backed up by, with fact. Okay. Let's see what President Trump has to say today. We always give him a voice because his voice has been silenced, just like you help give me a voice because my voice has been silenced. And for whatever reason, having a tough time getting past this firewall on Trump's thing. Come on now. What's going on? All right, that's not working. Hold on. Okay. All right. Let me try that again. Well, let me start with this here. Here we go. Let's see. And here we go. President Trump in front of the same kind of bush that was in the Obama picture, right? Trump eviscerates Georgia election probe. This is not the American way. President Donald Trump. So let me get this straight. I am being investigated in Georgia for asking an attorney general with many lawyers and others knowingly on the phone to look for corruption, which definitely took place in the Georgia presidential election. We covered this last week. The attorney general who was going after Trump, but she's looking past the corruption that there's already been proven in Fulton County. So absolutely, we should be appalled because the DA requested a special purpose grand jury. Also, my phone call this is from President Trump to the Secretary of State of Georgia was perfect, perhaps even more so than my call with the Ukrainian president, if that's possible. I knew there were, and by the way, we'll get into Ukraine. I knew there were large numbers of people on the line, including numerous lawyers for both. He also knew that his call with the Ukraine president, that there were other people on the line. It would take a total and complete idiot, right, to not know that, or to say something illegal or improper when you know that people that are going to call you out on it that are, by the way, against you. Okay. I love that. T. Otis says no leader of this tribe is Mr. Leader of this tribe is Mr. Whistle Whiskers. Yes, I agree. He's not with us right now, but good to see you. Recognizing Mr. Whistle Whiskers. Cindy, how many shows follow 17 the way we do here? Yeah. Anybody? Dave, you need a haircut. I know. I just have not had time to do it, but I do love. I love that you guys will tell me when I need a haircut. Yeah. Good evening, Dave. Watching from South Florida. Looking forward to the show tonight. Awesome, Michelle. Thank you. So, my friends, this is absolutely ridiculous. What we're seeing here, and we called this last week when it happened. This is going to be another failure by the left to try to take out President Trump. And I don't know why. Do they get tired of losing? Do they get tired of losing? My hair is fine, thank you. Yes, I'm kind of like in between. Like in another week, it's probably look good, but so at any rate, yeah. Let's see. Dave, come to Georgia. FW7 will cut your hair. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I got to get back to Georgia. I was going to go see my dad in January, but grow it out, Dave. I got to show you guys a picture of my when I had long hair. I'll pull that up one of these days. Let that hair grow long, dude. You're in California. Hopefully not for long, Susie. But that makes me sad, by the way. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That makes me sad because I was just in Santa Monica tonight, where I used to live, driving around and just realizing that I might have to leave all this. Because here's the thing about I'm going to get back on track here in a sec, but here's the thing about Gavin Newsom, okay? And other, states and other governors of other states, is that not only is he ruining California, but he's ruining memories of California, right? Because when you go to a place you used to love and it's boarded up, or you go to a place you used to love, but there's, 10 homeless people there, and God forbid, God bless them, it's not their fault. It's the fault of the system and allowing them to be there. It's like, all these people that are just robbing stores. Well, those type of people won't rob stores if they get arrested for it. They're not getting arrested. There's no homeless on the streets in Beverly Hills. Why? Because they don't let them stay there. It's very simple. It's quite simple. If you can't stay in a place, you got to move elsewhere. But at any rate, Gavin Newsom is not just ruining California. He's ruining the memories, the good memories that we have of California. So at any rate, yeah. By the way, I know some of you are like back and forth and what's going on with General Flynn. I'm going to try to get into that a little bit later in the week. Okay, I'll address that a little bit more. And all I would say is this: when you have a patriot like General Flynn, okay, he gets a benefit of the doubt all day long and twice on Sundays, right? And all you have to do is look at the woke culture of the University of Rhode Island, who has taken away a scholarship, a kind of a memorial scholarship, not a memorial because he's still alive, but a honorary, scholarship. And because General Flynn's whole family went there. So he gets the benefit of the doubt, in my opinion. And I think in history, the way that we should respond in history. And I think Lynn Wood gets a little benefit of the doubt as well. But if you ask me who gets more of the benefit of the doubt than the other, I would go Flynn all day long. I've known him longer. I've known about him longer. We've seen how the deep state has tried to take him out, okay? And now we see woke culture trying to take him out by, affecting his alma mater, right, that he loves and cherishes, the University of Rhode Island, is like trying to besmirch his name. So, understand, one of the things you got to look at is who's being attacked. Who's being attacked? Follow the people, share the people, get the people out there that are being attacked, okay? And we'll get to the bottom of it. We'll get to the bottom of it. This is Washington, D.C., my friends. Thousands were protesting this weekend, in Washington, D.C. Defeat the mandates. Thousands protests in Washington against vaccine mandates. Really some great speakers. I know Bobby Kennedy was there. We're trying to get him on the show. I've reached out about that. He does much bigger shows, so getting him on this show, we need to grow our show, because there's no reason why, we shouldn't be getting much bigger numbers. And I think the only reason is because of the length of the show, because we try to cover too much. But just tell people, you don't have to watch it all. Just watch the first half hour. Watch the first hour, right? Or share a specific part of it. Say, hey, go to timestamp here on this show. You'll love it, all right? So let's see. Just found you, no notice in his Facebook down. Yes, Kashmir, thanks for finding us. Facebook is down. Please share this on Facebook. Share my LinkedIn link, Linktree link, or which is under Paul Michaels, or another. You could share the Twitch link or the YouTube link or what have you. Okay. So please share that out so that we can beat this once and for all, this damn censorship. JP Sears was there. So many great people. Del Bigtree was there. And people are fed up. Okay. People are fed up. This has got to stop. And they went to the Lincoln Memorial, which, by the way, how fabulous was that, right? What was Lincoln all about? Was uniting the country, right? He was about uniting the country and ending, slavery. And that's what we're trying to do, is unite the country and end this forced, if you're forced to do something against your will, are you free? And by the way, how about the black population is probably the most discriminated against right now by the left, by the people that are mandating vaccines, because the black population in this country, at least, know their history. They know about Tuskegee. They know that the government has experimented using the black population. They know that, the cabal is racist. They know these things. They're not stupid. And they share it. They tell each other, don't get that jab, man. Don't get that jab. It's Tuskegee all over again. And they're right. So the fact that they're having this at the Lincoln Memorial, fantastic. I love that they chose that spot. And it's fantastic. Share out. There's a lot of speeches from there. You can share the speeches. If people don't want to listen to Dave Snedeker, they can, listen to Bobby Kennedy. They can listen to Del Bigtree. They can listen to J.P. Sears. So many great people, and we're going to play a few. State Supreme Court judge ruled New York's mask mandate is unconstitutional and declared it null and void. How fantastic is that? Until the New York State Legislature acts based on the arguments of counsel, a careful review of the moving papers in opposition thereto, and considering the equities, it is ordered and adjudged that 10 NYCRR are violative of the New York State Constitution as promulgated and enacted, and therefore null, void, and unenforceable as a matter of law, and is further ordered and adjudged. I don't know how to say that. Adjudged at that 10 NYCRR are violative of the State Administrative Procedure Act as promulgated and enacted, and therefore for null, void, and unenforceable as a matter of law. And it is further are violative of public health law. Commissioner Mary T. Bassett's MD, the directive is null and void and unenforceable as a matter of law. Permanently enjoined from enforcing this. The respondents are hereby permanently enjoined from enforcing the directive of the respondent, Commissioner Mary T. Bassett's, and respondents are hereby permanently enjoined from readopting 10 NYCRR, and that all other relief requested herein is denied. This constitutes a decision, order, and judgment of the court. Honorary Thomas Rademacher, JSC. Would anybody care to place a call to Judge Rademacher tomorrow and say, hey, thank you for common sense. Thank you for the rule of law. Thank you for following the Constitution of the state of New York. We are so grateful that this is happening in a manner that is stopping this slavery of humanity. Because again, if you can't decide what goes in and what does not go in your body, you are a slave. And if they're controlling how you act. So thank you. Who would like to call? Find Rademacher, Rademaker. Can I get just a few, hold on. Volunteers to do this. Let me see. Judge Rademacher. Honorary Thomas Rademacher, Mineola, New York. I don't have, that's not there. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Deb. Yes, you need that there, Deb. God love you. So glad that you got this order. And by the way, Deb, how crazy is it that that you've had to go through what you've had to go through, and all New Yorkers have had to go through, and now the judge is saying that was all unconstitutional, right? Then, oh, here we go. Chambers, here we go. I'm going to put it in the chat here, my friends. There's Chambers in courtroom. All right, that's Judge Rademacher, Thomas Rademacher, and I just dropped the number. Okay, the number's there. Thank you for making the call. Obviously, be very respectful. Just say we have so much gratitude. You can say I'm calling, for David Snedeker, who does a show called The Indoctrination. If you want to share, if you want to tell them about the show so that they can tune in, and you're just spreading the good word, right? But it's not necessary. If you just want to do it as a personal thing and you just want to say whatever you want to say, please do that. So thank you for those who are offering to do that, and great, Deb. And Deb, I hope things have gotten better for you, and please be in touch if there's any way we can help. So my friends, do you see how we are winning? And so think about all the people that had to get the jab, and think about all the people that had to do something against their will. Can you imagine what's going to go down when people actually say, I was injured, my father died, my mother died. Here we go.
The Davos oligarchs have demonstrated their gross incompetence.
Let's listen in.
To all the world over the last 2 years.
Robert Malone.
They have neither right nor ability to govern America and Americans. We are a free people. And we have governed ourselves for almost 250 years now, based on a constitution developed by self-reliant farmers, tradesmen, shop owners, and landholders. These forefathers rejected a foreign monarchy and oligarchy and instead created and fought for a political structure which remains an inspiration for the world. A shining city on the hill, Camelot. When I was very young, a brilliant man said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country." This is our country. We own this amazing gift, but we must defend it if we wish to keep it.
You understand why they had to kill Camelot, right? They had to kill him, right? Let's listen to Owen Schroyer.
Night Live, and I want to talk about what went on over the week for life. The March
Does this sound
for
all right?
Life, and massive turnout. Once again, hundreds of thousands taking place, maybe millions nationwide. And what? Oh, that's right. No violence, no rioting, no looting, no burning, no assaulting, because that's what Republicans and conservatives don't do when they have big events like this, except when the Democrat or perhaps federal agents or maybe both provocateurs show up dressed as Antifa or dressed up as Black Lives Matter or dressed up as Trump supporters, or all three, to cause violence, just like they did in 2016 at Trump rallies with Bob Kramer and Scott Foval and Aaron Black that Project Veritas caught on undercover footage. Was anybody investigated? Was anybody charged? No, they're Democrats. They're allowed to be terrorists. It comes with the territory. The Democrat Party is the largest terrorist organization in the United States of America with good funding and organizing. Oh, but you see, Democrats hate riots one day of the year, and we know what day is, what day that is. And Democrats love police one day of the year, and we all know what day of the year that is. It's their favorite day of the year, the day that they finally got to claim Republicans and conservatives and Christians and Trump supporters got violent, because they were 0 for history. They were 0 for life. And then over the weekend, they were 0 for again as millions marched for life in Washington, D.C. There was also a major march in Austin, Texas yesterday. I was extremely proud at the crowd that showed up there. And, you know, it's ludicrous because you have this security state now, and you have massive police presence at these events, which is good. We don't want to see violence and riots at
This was, I thought we had more. There we go.
So that's the big sin here, is the conservative movement in America, the America First movement that was the Trump movement, was peaceful, was a political attempt, a peaceful political attempt at saving this country as we see it. And so that's why the left had to run their provocateurs out there during Trump rallies in 2016. That's why they had to run their provocateurs out there on January 6th. And that's why whenever Christian, conservative, Republicans have events like they had over the weekend, There is no violence. There is no rioting. There is no looting. There is no arson. That's what Democrats and liberals do, and everybody knows it. But they're allowed to do it. And so then when they do it at conservative events, the entire power structure goes after them and everybody that was involved in hopes to chill their free speech, arrest their leadership, and end the pro-America, pro-freedom, pro-truth movement. And that's what's happening right now in this country. So I want to go to a couple speeches here. Let's start with Dr. Malone. Here he is today. Wow. Talk about Dr. Malone in the last year becoming a hero, becoming a household name. I hope there's 10 other Dr. Malones sitting out there dormant. I hope there's 20. I hope there's 100. I hope there's 1,000. And that's what it's going to take. You get 1,000 more doctors.
So just before we jump into Dr. Malone, I just want to show you
Guys in
an
a sauna.
example of the provocateurs. Okay? Check this out.
People? Wow, for shame. For shame. You're trying to get people fired from their jobs. Get out of here. Shame, shame, shame. Leave. Nobody wants you here, dude. You're a left-wing journalist. He's fake news. He's Zachary Patrizzo. Ask him about 15 guys in a sauna. Yeah, get out of here. Go write your fake news articles for the Daily Beast. Scum. People? Wow.
So this was a Daily Beast journalist, Zachary Patrizzo, who gets paid by rich corporate interests fully aligned with the American ruling class to follow, tattle, and dox conservatives, run away like a little coward when confronted by someone who recognizes them. So just like it was so vital, right, for us to, for those folks at the Trump rally to catch Ray Epps, it's so important for us to catch these people who we know are not there for a march for life, right? Not there for March for Life. They're there for something very, very sinister to try to get in the way of a peaceful march. Let's go back to and listen to Dr. Malone that Aaron Schroyer.
Dr. Malones. Doesn't mean they have to be doctors. Doesn't mean to now get. I bet you there's.
Have demonstrated the Davos oligarchs have demonstrated their gross incompetence to all the world over the last 2 years.
Look how much we're winning.
They have neither right nor ability to govern America and Americans. We are a free people. And we have governed ourselves for almost 250 years now, based on a constitution developed by self-reliant farmers, tradesmen, shop owners, and landholders.
Just to put this in perspective, Dr. Martin Luther King, who we just celebrated him last week, right? He spoke there at this same place. Who heard those speeches? More people are hearing Dr. Robert Malone speak on this issue than those who heard Dr. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. Now, I'm not going to say something so stupid like Biden, who said that George Floyd made it more of an impact than Martin Luther King. And I'm not going to suggest that Dr. Robert Malone is making more of an impact than Dr. Martin Luther King. What I am going to say is that more people are listening to Robert Malone, even in spite of the mainstream media that ignores him, the Twitter that canceled him, and what happens with Twitter. He's got a couple 100,000 followers, and he loses. He turns around, goes on Joe Rogan. Joe gives him a voice on his show, and he's seen by 60 million people. Okay, and hear all these people speaking. Look at all of you sharing this stuff. You know how powerful that is? This guy was a part of the mRNA team. And now we are sharing this speech where he actually calls out the cabal. This is powerful.
These forefathers rejected a foreign monarchy and oligarchy and instead created and fought for a political structure which remains an inspiration for the world. A shining city on the hill, Camelot. When I was very young, a brilliant man said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your country." This is our country. We own this amazing gift, but we must defend it if we wish to keep it. Today, I ask all of you to keep that brilliant young man's words in your mind and heart. We can all be leaders, and now is the time to step up to the task. We will survive this, and we will overcome these hardships if we could just keep these three simple words in our hearts: integrity, dignity, community. So fight for your children. Do not comply. I thank you so much for your time and attention.
Oh, listen to that roar. That has the globalists shaking their little chicken legs with their chicken necks. You know what I keep thinking of is the great movie A Bug's Life and the allegory of the grasshopper and the ant. And what is January 6th? January 6th is the grasshopper's intimidation day so that the ants never stand up again. And when I see what happened over the weekend in D.C., which, believe me, the Democrats did not want that to happen. They were hoping that all their political prisoners, political persecution, lies, and hype about January 6th would end any Christian or conservative events ever from happening again, specifically in D.C. But good for the pro-life march for doing it anyway. Good for the people for organizing the Defeat the Mandates rally today. That's the ants standing up. That's the ant standing up to the grasshopper saying, we know we outnumber you 1,000 to 1. We know we have the moral high ground. We know it's you that needs us. And we're not falling for your intimidation tactics anymore. And yeah, you know what? You might squash some of us. You might destroy some of us. But you can't destroy all of us. And if all of us have victory over you, then that's all that matters.
Awesome. Thank you, Owen. And everybody over InfoWars. I want to play Dr. McCullough's a little bit of his speech here, and again, folks, give them the voice that they are trying to silence. Right. Just a quick word about. Hold on a second. Just a quick word about Camelot, what Dr. Malone mentioned. Do you see how important it was for them to kill John Kennedy, for them to kill Bobby Kennedy? Do you see how important that was for them to do? They were going to change this. They were going to break this whole system. They were going to break. And now look how it's grown, and look how effective it is. at such a level that they were able to create the level of genocide that we're witnessing right now. In a free country, in a country where we own our guns, in a world that is becoming more and more awake every single day. Do you see how important it was? They had to take out Kennedy. Period. Both of them. But there'll be another one coming up here.
That occurred in this country could have been prevented. What was the shortcoming? What was the shortcoming? The shortcoming is we never had a full-throated endorsement from our government agencies, the CDC, the NIH, and the FDA, nor the White House Task Force. Not once did we hear a full-throated endorsement for doctors and healthcare providers. We have 1 million doctors in the United States. We have 500,000 nurse practitioners and physician assistants. Not once did we hear an endorsement for our best and compassionate care to each and every American. In fact, we heard the opposite. Through a series of statements, a series of actions, there was effectively a chill put on early treatment. Those efforts that were being put forward by the best doctors in America, those efforts were impeded.
And of course, he goes on. They're predicting, or they're estimating, I guess, about 35,000 people attended. It's hard for me to get a guess, but that's what Fox News is saying. Based off the images I've seen, I'd say it was at least 35,000. I'd say the pro-life march probably had at least 100,000.
35,000. That's pretty cool. Let me hear. Hold on a second. There we go. Okay. So just taking care of something here. Hey, Robin, Christina, are you in the? Are you watching right now? We need to. Yeah. Let me know. Hit me up with a text, please. So, my friends, this is so powerful that we're seeing these kind of numbers of people that normally wouldn't march. I mean, all these people have jobs. They gotta be somewhere. They've got to take their kid to school. They got to do all the things that we've got to do, and yet they're showing up in D.C. for this march and doing some incredible things. So, hats off to them, and we'll keep rolling. I would love to see Bobby's speech as well there. Christy, if you could drop that for me, that would be great. I'd like to see a little bit of that. Shifting gears, my friends, Julian Assange wins his first stage in an effort to appeal the U.S. extradition. Now, we cannot have him come to this country, given the state of affairs here, and also how damaging he was to the military-industrial complex and to this power structure. This is the worst place that he could possibly be. You understand that, right? Hold on a sec. I just got I lost my audio here, and I need to make sure that I am still with you guys here. What's going on with my audio? I do not know. Let me pull this something up here. So, bear with me, please. Oh, here we go. There it is. All right. So he can't be here. No way. And so he is fighting to stay in the UK, and they've allowed him to appeal this, right? And he won on Monday the first stage of his effort to overturn the ruling that opened the door for his extradition to stand trial in the U.S. on espionage charges. The High Court in London gave Assange permission to appeal the case to the UK Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court must agree to accept the case before it can move forward. Make no mistake, we won in court today, Assange's fiancée Stella Morris said outside the courthouse, noting that he remains in custody at Belmarsh Prison in London. We'll fight this until Julian is free, she said. The Supreme Court normally takes about 8 sitting weeks after an application is submitted to decide whether to accept an appeal. And yet he has to stay behind bars, which is absolutely tragic. Absolutely tragic. But here we are, still living in an unjust society. Yeah. And so we will win, but unfortunately we have to go through the darkness before the light, and this is a part of it. And Julian Assange is a real hero to me, certainly. I hope to you, and I know many others. But the reason why is because he exposed the truth. That's all. It's that simple. How easy it is to be a hero in today's society. Think about it. Okay? You don't think you all are heroes, given the fact that you're sharing stories, you're sharing the March for Life. The March for Life, think about that. The March for Life, to not be genocided. You know, how many people have you saved from taking the jab? How many have you saved from wearing a mask 9 to 5? How many of you have awakened people? It's so powerful to do that. And it's so easy to be a hero in a world full of cowards. And we have to shift. We have to change the cowards into heroes themselves, right? And so, yeah, Julian, here he is. And he's, folks, somebody that jumps on a grenade in a foxhole, we've seen the movies, they're dead very soon. And they save everybody else in the foxhole. Julian Assange has jumped on the grenade in the foxhole that we inhabit, and he is still suffering from that act. And we ought to be ashamed of ourselves as a society that we treat heroes the way we've treated Julian Assange. We ought to be ashamed in society when we don't make sure that we get the people that are being censored and deplatformed. If we don't support them, that we have no excuse for what happens in our future. We have to come together. We have to support each other. That would be a great t-shirt, Dave. It's so easy to be a hero in a world full of cowards. I like that. Yeah. I like that. It is hard red pilling people, no question about it. All right. Yep, he's never given up his sources. Yeah, God bless Julian. Folks, let's keep Julian in our prayers, please. I've prayed for him many, many, many times, but let's make sure we keep him in our prayers, right? So many people wouldn't know much if it weren't for Julian, if he didn't break things wide open. So let's go to this is huge numbers Insurance group sees death rates up 40% over pre-pandemic levels since February 1st, 2020.
The number of
CDC and
COVID-19
Prevention
deaths
estimate
is
that
likely
there have
much
been
greater than official numbers. The CDC
942,431
estimates
excess
since
deaths in
February
the United
1st,
States.
2020, there have been more than
Even if
900,000
COVID-19 is not
excess
listed
deaths,
as a cause of
meaning
death on
how
a
many
death
more people
certificate, it
died than
doesn't necessarily
statistics
mean the virus
predict.
didn't
During a
roll.
healthcare conference, insurance executive J. Scott Davidson
One
said
insurance
death
company
rates are up
executive estimated that death
40%
rates
from
are currently
pre-pandemic
up
times.
40%
Davidson
over
said
what
that
they were
even if
pre-pandemic.
COVID-19 is not listed on a person's death certificate, that doesn't mean the virus didn't play a
And
role.
it's likely much greater than the official numbers indicate, setting a historic record.
I think McKibben's right. I think that
Control
if
and
the Jeffrey Tubin
Prevention
situation is any indication,
explains that excess deaths
he'll be
are
back. Now,
associated
I
with
think that what
COVID-19
Chris Cuomo
directly
did
or
and was
indirectly,
complicit in is much
typically
worse
defined
than
as the
Jeffrey
difference
Tubin. I mean,
between the
reasonable
observed
minds can
number of
disagree
deaths
on
in
that.
specific
But,
time
I would
periods
like to
and
see
the
more of a
expected
focus
number of
on the kind of
deaths in
journalistic.
the same time periods. Currently, since February 1st, 2020, the CDC estimates there have been 942 excess. That's a staggering amount. One America, Scott Davison said. His company's seeing the highest death rates now he's ever seen before since he started in the insurance business. They offer employers across the country group life insurance, which generally covers people 18 to 64. So that's their demographic for their numbers. Even more alarming are where those death rates are hitting, primarily among working age people between the ages of 18 and 64 who are covered by One America's group life policies. Christy, by the way, if you're up and about, because I know you're not feeling well, or if somebody could send me Greg Reese's take on the numbers that we covered last week, the numbers meaning the different batches, okay? Really like to share Greg Reese's take on that. And so 1 in 200 year catastrophe would likely only cause a 10% increase over pre-pandemic deaths. But they're up 40%. Okay, so very, very huge. Now, what we don't know what the tail of this thing looks like. The further you get out from the infection, the longer you have to potentially develop some kind of complications. They're not well understood, right? The National Cancer Institute find that roughly 2.9 million people died in the U.S. between March 1st and December 21st, 2020. 74% of them were due to COVID, with 477,000 identified excess deaths. After adjusting for age, the number of excess deaths among Black, American Indian, Alaskan, Native, and Latino men and women were more than double those in white and Asian men and women. Is it possible that fear of seeking out health care during the pandemic or misattribution of causes of death from COVID-19 are responsible for a majority of the excess non-COVID-19 deaths, said Meredith S. Shales, a senior investigator in the Infections and Immunoepidemiology branch of the National Cancer Institute. So one of the things that we're not getting here, okay, is that we're not finding out why this is occurring and what they're attributed to. And I question some of this here, by the way, and as you should always, but it's from the Hill. And the thing that I would question is how many of those numbers have happened since the actual the start of the vaccine, because that's significant, because we're seeing so many deaths because of the vaccine, right? And also, how many of those deaths could have been prevented if we could have been prevented had we not had ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine suppressed. This is FBI raids a controversial Illinois COVID test center. Missouri locations shut down. FBI Chicago agents searched the headquarters of Rolling Meadows-based Center for COVID Control on Saturday, a spokesman confirmed with WGN News. The FBI was conducting court-authorized law enforcement activity, and COVID pop-up testing chain is under federal investigation following multiple complaints of fraudulent activity and compromised tests. As a result, General Kwame Raoul, acting Attorney General, announced Thursday that the center would indefinitely cease all operations in the case. They have 300 testing sites with 30 across Chicago. Okay, and they allegedly delivered individuals wrong or false test results. Some patients also reported never receiving their test results from the company's lab. Numerous complaints led to them giving them a F rating from the Chicago Better Business Bureau. The testing chain is not licensed or regulated by any government agency. The FBI search is the latest domino to fall against the Center for COVID Control following a Block Club Chicago investigation. So I think we're going to see more and more of these types of things. People who took advantage of a situation and ended up, regretting that because they're basically they're doing bad business and they're affecting a lot of people. And so you think this small, organization, wow, they really messed up. But this is what's been going on around all of them. This is what's been going on. I mean, it's just absolutely tragic. Okay. I would love, Zoe, if you would call in, that would be awesome. And then I'll do the Greg Reese after. And then we'll have Todd and Cindy call in after Zoe calls in. So please just go ahead and click on that link and come on in. And let's see. Sorry, I'm taking care of something. Okay. And come on in, Zoe. There you are. And hello, Zoe. Can you hear me? Oh, hold on. Zoe, can you hear me? All right. And hold on a second. And I do not have your audio yet. Hopefully that will. Okay, you have to unmute yourself, Zoe, please. And we should be good to go. There, I got you.
Okay.
Hey there.
Hi.
Hey, thanks for calling in. I just want to make sure that Snedheads can hear you okay. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Do you want to give us just a little intro as to who you are and how you're tied in with, you don't have to be specific certainly about law enforcement, but just a little history, if you would, anonymously so.
So I am Zoe. I currently work alongside law enforcement in Texas. And my parents actually are the ones who've kind of raised me to be more awake.
Awesome. And how old are you, Zoe?
I am 29.
29. Awesome. If you wouldn't mind, tell us about your experience out there in the world with people your age, how that relates to, people that are older, people that are younger, and just kind of in general what you're seeing out there in the world with the COVID and everything that's going on with this, pandemic and your understanding of it?
Uh, Seen quite a bit, almost too much. Um, I see a lot of people being disrespectful to each other, regardless of their religious backgrounds, political backgrounds, just all that. Usually it has to do with age.
How so? In terms of,
A lot of people are just very, how do I say this? Not wanting to agree on certain subjects, regardless of how they are saying it. They're saying the same thing, but with different words, and they're not listening.
mm-hmm.
Although, that being said, a lot of TikTok is actually awake and are listening.
Are you finding that's where most of your age group is getting their info is on TikTok?
I would say definitely, and quite a bit on Facebook as well. Usually in the format of memes.
Really? Okay. Interesting. All right. Um, and so, now a lot of young women and men around your age, they've had us, parents they grew up with that were conservative and or were awake and helping them along. Would you, but they don't listen to them, right? What was the difference for you? What was like, there are a lot of parents out there that are like, I wish I could talk to my 29-year-old daughter. Um,
I guess with my parents and our conversations, they were not condescending. It
mhm.
wasn't, oh, you're finally out of your room. It was like, hey, come talk to me.
And just come talk to me, and you sat down and talked, and they talked to you
Yeah.
like respectfully.
Ha- Yes, we had a full on conversations. It wasn't just, hey, you did this wrong. This was okay. It was a full on conversation, adult to adult. And that was the other thing is, even as a child, yeah, I mean, let me grow up to be a child, but whenever it came down to, hey, we have a serious topic to talk about, I was talked to as if I was an adult. But also on the other note of that, I was listened to as if I was an adult.
Mm, interesting. Interesting. Can you think of an example of an experience like that, and what the topic might have been, and how you might have pushed back at first, but then, you know, can you think of any that's kind of putting you on the spot because we didn't talk about it beforehand? But
Actually, President Donald Trump was a really good conversation we had.
could you walk us through that?
At first, I didn't like to talk politics. I don't do it. Um, I wasn't actually very active in those conversations, but what I would do was listen in on my older sibling and my mother talking about it. My father has passed, but we would talk. I would listen to them talk about it, and a lot of times my brother would do research, and that's how I would get my information. It was based off of basically the labor off of his back
Mm-hmm.
and not off of mine.
I see. I see. Um, and what do you red pill people?
Accidentally, I do quite a bit.
How do you mean?
A lot of times we'll just have conversations, and then, they'll say something that has a political connotation. And I'll ask, okay, well, what's your source? And they'll tell me, and I'm like, is it a credible source or is it something satire created by someone you have no clue about? And then they'll do their research and say, hey, you were kind of right about that. And then I'll kind of push them towards other avenues, whether if it's Ben Shapiro or even here to the Snetheads and say, hey, if this is the stuff you like, I recommend these avenues of information.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Nice. Kind of just kind of getting a little foot in the door there, and but not in, it's like they open the door for you in a way, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Just based on the conversation you're having.
absolutely. And another thing I tend to say, not just in, talking politics or all of the conspiracies, regardless of their theories or not, is I always suggest that they question everything.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. And what's
Kind of
your
like questioning why are there four boosters? If this was a vaccine that worked and it's been the most researched
mm-hmm.
and discussed virus, why has it not? Why is there so many boosters?
Yep. Right. Right. Nothing
And if
says
this is
nothing
such
says
a
they don't work.
virus,
Go ahead. Sorry.
my apologies.
No worries.
And since this is a virus of which we are talking about, I was always taught with it being a virus, you let it run its course and then
Yeah.
go on about your day once it's done.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And nothing says I don't work like a booster, right?
Hmm.
So quite comical that people were actually still giving this credibility. Now, speaking of the jab, you have successfully avoided it,
I
and
have.
there's probably very little. And I'm going to make an assumption here. There are probably very few jobs that have as much pressure to get it as yours. Would that be accurate?
That is very correct.
Would you mind sharing a little bit about how you went about that? How you
I
avoided
had
it?
to I had to go to my doctor and actually speaking with family members, it was brought to my attention because I had forgotten as a child I actually don't take vaccines well. I had always practically almost been hospitalized for every vaccine I'd ever taken. The most recent actually
Wow.
being the HPV vaccine, Gardasil 9, I believe, back in the 2010s era. And so
Wow.
with that, all I could do was just say, hey, here's all my evidence. I can't take the vaccine. My doctor wrote me a note, and I applied for a medical exemption through my workplace.
And how was that received?
Very well. There was also multiple other employees who put in for a religious exemption. And I am also would like to put out there if there's any doctors listening or anybody in the medical field, we appreciate those who listen to their
Mm-hmm.
patients.
Right.
Without my doctor who did listen, I would not have gotten that medical exemption.
Mm-hmm. And so, are you looked at differently at work, or are they none the wiser?
I am not looked at differently at work. I guess that could also be attributed to the work ethic of which I put out there.
Mm-hmm.
But thankfully, I have not been discriminated in any form or fashion because of my vaccine status.
Awesome. Awesome. And it should be private. That's the way it should be.
Absolutely.
But it's also the reason why you can't even we can't have your face, we can't have your real name because of the persecution that you would find if you were speaking publicly or sharing your story or any of that, right?
Absolutely.
Right. Is that frustrating for you?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Is that frustrating for you not being able to, go on social media and just speak
I'm
your mind?
rather, sorry to interrupt, I'm a rather private person anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of happened back in like 2013 as soon as I graduated. And I would just rather be a faceless person on the internet.
Well, a lot of people make that decision and are still very effective at getting it, getting the point across and red pilling people. So, keep it up, whatever you're doing. Is there anything you'd like to share with the Snedheads and the audience in general?
I'm just gonna say, hold the line. We appreciate you. You are noticed. Don't give up. And also for speaking to the younger generation and including them in your conversations in this as our generations keep growing. Talk to us like we're adults. Include us in the conversations. And don't be afraid to listen to us, because we're not afraid to listen to you.
Yes. And
it's more of a mutual respect kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's really that simple, isn't it?
It's worked for me.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Zoe. It's like even just a simple conversation like this can be very powerful and connect with, younger people in the audience, parents in the audience who have younger, children, meaning, in your age range or even younger, because you go back to when you're telling the stories, I'm picturing you, younger, even younger than teens, and then in your teens and being respected and being spoken to with respect. Yes.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And
thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Love to have you back anytime. And thanks for all your service that you do. And it's appreciated and noted. And congratulations on handling this pandemic with such grace and courage and standing your ground.
Thank you very much. I hope you and your Snetheads, my apologies, have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Zoe. Have a great night.
You as well. Bye.
All right. See you. All right, folks. Yes, that was Zoe, and just really wanted to get a really nice connection with a young lady who is standing up in this fight and has the support of her mom and father, and just and is walking the talk, right? And that's so important, so very important. So thank you, Zoe, for hanging out with us. I want to show you a few things I want to get Todd and Cindy on. Let me pull up. Thank you guys for sending me the Greg Reese thing. This is a short video, but very, very important, very, very powerful. And I also want to get Bobby Kennedy on, but I might have him on a little bit later. Here's the Reese bit. Here, let me pull this up for you. I guess it's an InfoWars kind of night tonight, my friends. As we here we go with Gregory. About 4.5 minutes here, and here we go.
Ex-head of respiratory research at Pfizer, Mike Yeadon, and researchers including Craig Pardick-Cooper have sourced VAERS data on vaccine death and injury in the U.S., a database of over 700,000 adverse reactions caused by the Moderna, Pfizer, and Janssen vaccines. These vaccines have been deployed in different batches, officially referred to as lots. This has allowed Yeadon's team to back-engineer Big Pharma's COVID-19 vaccine deployment agenda in the U.S. All their information is published at howbadismybatch.com and howbad.info. And what we learn is quite telling. About 0.5% of all the different batches are highly toxic. resulting in hospitalization, disability, and death within days or weeks of injection. Other batches cause minimal adverse reactions, and most appear to be harmless placebos. When plotting on a timeline, we can see that these three companies have been working together to quietly monitor the lethal effectiveness of specific deadly batches. While one company is deploying a lethal batch, the other two deploy harmless ones, creating the scientific environment to perform dose range finding, or the maximum tolerated dose for each specific batch. The timeline shows that each lethal batch deployment is preceded and followed by a quiet period, allowing them time to establish their baseline before the next deadly batch is deployed. Private leaked documents from the CDC show a list of expiry dates, and only certain lots are included. The very same lots found to be highly toxic in Parda-Cooper's database. Which makes sense. There would be no reason to list expiration dates for saline placebo. Only the deadly ones. This mode of deployment allows governments the ability to direct deadly batches into specific populations, such as red states. Analysis of the number of dying per 100,000 vaccinated in 50 states shows us that the overwhelming majority of vaccine deaths are happening in red states. Some red states are experiencing 11 times more vaccine deaths than other states. On average, red states are experiencing twice the amount of vaccine death and injuries than blue states. After ruling out other possibilities, Parda-Cooper concluded that this can only be due to the fact that red states received at least twice as much of the lethal batches than blue states did. Among several other crimes, they are tipping the scales of the democratic process by killing people who voted against the New World Order's woke, Build Back Better Great Reset, while at the same time endlessly flooding the borders with unvaccinated foreigners. And it's happening right now. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
Thank you, Greg Reese. My friends, how about that? Is that chilling? Is that absolutely chilling? This is, see, all this data is coming out, right? All this data is coming out. Let's see. Guys, if somebody's being rude, just ignore them. But also, if you're being rude, just please stop it. And just, you know, you got better things to do, I'm sure. But if it's something you just spoke out and you were treated poorly, don't just maybe take a chill pill, right? So let's, so important that was there. Todd, Cindy, you guys want to call in this again? It's the eCam link, my friends. So you can, Cindy, it's the one you tried the other day. It's the eCam link. So please call in with that one. And how tragic? How tragic? Yeah, no insulting the guests, if that's what the case was. 420 Wild Dragon, how's it going? Good to see you. And let's do, and there they are. Hello, hello.
Happy Monday.
Hey, happy Monday, Cindy. What's happening?
Wonderful to hear Zoe. What a great opportunity to hear, get a pulse on what the youth is going through out there.
I know, right?
I can't believe I'm still not considered part of the youth of America.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing, bud?
In all respect, Todd, you never were.
Well, I think even when I was 29, I was more immature than I probably would have been. So immature, I wouldn't have gotten it. So
That's true.
then I
I tell
just
you, one
got
of the
old
things I
and
didn't
I
say.
matured really fast.
Go ahead, say that. I stepped on you. Go ahead.
I said I was immature at that age, but then I became very mature very quickly at a later age. So I don't know what age I actually fit in.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll say this that I wish that I was awake um, at 29, like she is. What a gift!
Yeah, it could be a blessing or a curse depending on how things go.
That's very that's very true. That's very true.
You know.
Um, yeah. So, and I think everyone can hear you well. I think you're coming through loud and clear. So,
Yeah, we could hear Zoe really well on our connection, and we had a harder time hearing you. Actually, you were low.
is that right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you were
Okay.
lower than Zoe.
We can hear you
Sig-
fine now.
oh, really? Okay. Significantly lower, or
Yeah,
Yeah.
you were
We're doing the creepy whisper.
no, you were NPR in it, brother.
really? Wow, that's odd.
Why?
Okay, but I'm
Yes.
coming through
On
loud
the
and clear
phone,
now.
Zoe.
Um,
She was law
interesting.
enforcement.
All right. So, how was the weekend, and what you got? What do you think about what's going on here in the world?
I was a nurse, and Todd was a baseball coach.
Oh, I was a baseball
Ah,
player actually.
okay. I thought you had some role playing going on there, but I see what you're saying
Oh God.
now. And were you when you're a nurse? Are you like more like Nurse Nightingale or Nurse Ratchet? Like
I
where
wasn't Nurse Ratchet.
where do you fall into
No,
where do you fall
I
into play?
wasn't Nurse Ratchet.
By the way, I have met Nurse Ratchet. I spent some quality time with Nurse Ratchet, and oh my God, is she delightful? Um,
Really?
yes, yes. I'm forgetting her name right now, but it'll come to me here in a sec. Um, but just a delightful lady. And so yeah, so you were nurse and Todd was coach, and now right now you are information warriors.
I'm still paying the price. I threw batting practice at an indoor cage for our team,
Oh wow.
and by my calculation, threw about between 400 and 500 pitches,
Oh,
and
okay.
I can feel it today.
And what was the last time you did that?
He's
I
looking for the
Louise
license plate
Fletcher.
to
Yes,
hand
Louise
him over.
Fletcher. Sorry.
I went and talked to my I went and talked to my brother today, and I kind of gimped in his house, and he's like, "What's wrong with you?" And I said, "Well, I threw about between 400 and 500 batting practice pitches to the kids yesterday, and I kind of went through the motion. I said, "Yeah, my leg hurts right here and my butt and everything." And he was like, "Well, you did 400 or 500 squats or lunges," and I was like, "I
Yeah,
did."
right.
Oh
Because when you
man,
pitch, you're right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, no wonder. That's about 400 or 500 more lunges than I normally do in a year, probably.
Mm-hmm. right.
But anyway, we had a good time. It was good to get the kids together. They're a real
Awesome.
the baseball team that he's working with these guys, the parents, the coaches, the kids. They're all good people and they're all joke around, but we get work done. So it's really neat. And it's funny because one day it's basketball, one day it's baseball, and
Yeah. No.
oh,
No kidding.
it's crazy.
Um. So pretty cool seeing what's going on in DC this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
back to back days.
Yeah. That's pretty amazing. Um. And in Austin, which I didn't know about, which
Yeah,
is
I didn't know
great.
that either.
Louise Fletcher was Nurse Ratchet's name. Um, so she came to a play Amy did that I produced of
Cool.
what do you call it? Amy did one woman show. She did Rosie the Riveter, and she did Eleanor Roosevelt.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Huh.
and she's amazing. She like transforms. Like when she goes into Eleanor Roosevelt, you'd think Eleanor Roosevelt was in the room. It's pretty wild.
I didn't know
Wow.
Amy was an actress.
Yeah, since she was
She wears
13.
many hats.
She's been on stage since she was 13 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. Old Dina is asking, is Dr. Rick Deitz coming on tonight? He is not, Dina, but I have the call into him. It's definitely going to be this week. And let me share with you guys what you would need to do if you want to order some of those things. This was about the this is a product I've been looking at for a while, and it's the basically let me go here. Hold on, sorry. This is the one. This is the zeolite that literally takes the where did it go? Where'd it go? It literally takes the heavy metals out of your body, and you take two little dropperfuls, just a little dropper thing. You put it under your tongue, and it's so small that it's able to cross the blood-brain barrier. And when it crosses the blood-brain barrier, it's able to get the heavy metals out of your brain. And so it's really about helping your body activate without all those heavy metals. So pretty, very powerful stuff. And we're going to have the doctor on here hopefully very soon. I'm thinking hopefully this week. So, but if you want to check into ordering it, or if you want to order it, let me give you that link in the chat here. And it is the most powerful zeolite on the market, based on its ability to cross the blood-brain barrier. Okay, and I'm dropping it in the chat if you guys want to see that. And it's
So if it takes the heavy metals out, Dave, would that be a weight loss also?
I haven't talked to them much about that, because my main concern was for those that might have some benefit being on the autism spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been significant testimonies about that. And also the other thing is just the clarity of your mind, right? Like I've heard that some people that have taken it, they can remember things. Like I would have maybe remembered Louise Fletcher, who I've talked about and talked with, and she was friends with Amy, and so is friends with Amy, I should say. And so, just recalling things, right? Like I still have amalgam fillings in that I haven't gotten out yet.
Me too.
Yeah, we got to get this shit out of our head. And so,
I got a big silver crown in mine.
What's that?
I got a big silver crown in my tooth.
Well, the silver is okay. It's the.
Can I turn it in?
Yeah, yeah. Wait till the price goes up.
I turn that on Stack and Sell.
Stack and Sell, yeah.
Stack and Sell. You got to snap a picture.
Sorry, I had to say that.
That's funny. And Lisa says zeolite was originally found in caves in Japan. It's used to preserve produce as well. And so let's see. So basically, it's a great product, and they made it small enough to crack the blood brain barrier, but also they were able. There's a cage, if you will, of the zeolite, and he was able to get the stuff out of the cage that came naturally with it. So you're sending an empty cage into your body so it absorb more. And literally, after you take this product, it's your first pee is toxic. It's like that's how quickly it works. So
Wow.
yeah. So if you go on and if you sign up for a monthly repeatable thing order, you get it for like $20 off, but you can also cancel that order at any time, obviously. So, but I recommend going on and finding and it's basically happiness.com/snedheads, spelled the way my friend thought it was spelled with the HEADS. So it's right there. So if you guys want to check that out, and we'll have more on that later. But I know some people are anxious to try it. So, so what do you got for us tonight? Any digs that you did, Todd? Or
Well, first of all, I thought that the market manipulation was pretty strong today. Um,
yeah, how about that? It was down like 1,000.
yeah,
Yeah, I got all excited.
it was down 1115.
1115. It was down.
Add it up.
Wow.
Well, in a way.
Yeah.
And yes, it is for children. This stuff is great for children. Absolutely. Just gave my daughter some today.
Oh,
Sorry.
the zeolite.
Go ahead, bud. Yeah, the zeolite.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was watching the market today, and I saw where the market's approached 5% down at the low, and the pundits were all saying it was related to Ukraine mainly. That was the story because of the geopolitical fallout from Ukraine.
Well, basically, Biden. The news is out now that they're considering getting sending troops. Right.
Well, well, when did that narrative change in the afternoon? Is
Right.
my question. If that is a geopolitical move, if the market dropped 1115 on that news, then
Right.
what made it turn around and go positive?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's market manipulation.
Yeah.
I think they're showing us right. I think they're showing us front and center that someone in power is able to manipulate the market because the narrative doesn't fit and the flight to safety doesn't fit
Mm-hmm.
and none of it makes sense because we still have not digested the Evergrande China market collapse,
Right.
which I said before is 4 times as big as Bear Stearns
Right.
in terms of banking collapse. So in 2008, 2009, when the markets went crazy, and they were talking about the banks failing,
Yep.
and this is 4 times as many mortgages and assets. It should have been just every bit as big on the world stage, but it wasn't.
Yep.
Hasn't been. And really, it's been a non-story.
Yeah.
And I think that also goes along with the we don't talk bad about China because they're trying to portray China. Nobody in the mainstream media has ever said anything bad about China. It's just you don't. It's
You mean
always
our?
Russia,
Well, why would they say something bad about our friends, Todd?
right? Yeah, the CCP.
Yeah, they're our friends. I think you're
You know,
just cynical.
we love the Chinese people, but
Yep.
and even they had Trump rallies. That was one of the highlights of the summer.
In Hong
Couple
Kong.
summers ago, when we saw the Trump rallies, the American flags.
Yep. Yep, that was really cool.
Yeah, so it just if you're here's a message to the mainstream media. If you're gonna have a narrative and you're gonna have pundits come on and say, well, that's got to be geopolitical because the economy's strong and we know the Fed's gonna react correctly because they always do. Not,
Mm-hmm.
The Fed is always out of touch. They've never solved a problem. They've always thrown gas on the fire every chance they get.
Yep.
So if they're looking at, if you're looking to those people for a rescue plan, that's not going to happen because they're on the globalist side. The destruction of the economy is the globalist. That's what the globalists want anyway. So why would they save it?
Right. Right. What do you, well, in terms of the market manipulation, what do you think the end goal here is over the coming months?
Well, I think that they definitely, whoever's in control of this, Ponzi scheme that we call the Wall Street. I don't know who it is that's showing they have the power to make it do whatever they want. I don't know that the people who previously have been in control of the market are still in control of the market because we've been in this weird time, right? For the last 2 years where things really didn't act and react the way the market usually does.
Right.
Usually the market is very scared at any little drop of news. And we've had plenty of, even look back when Trump was in office, and people were talking about, Rocket Man and World War III and scare events, the market continued on its way up. It never, the only time we ever saw anything was really at the beginning of the pandemic.
Yep.
And really that wasn't as big a reaction as you would have thought with all the lockdowns and the not knowing what this virus really was capable of at the time.
Right.
Because, basically you're talking about the way they were bringing it about was that this could be, tens of millions dead.
Yeah.
So, and if they are willing to go that far, then why wouldn't it be hundreds of millions dead? What's if you don't know what it's going to do, then how can you predict what it's going to do?
Yep.
So there was so much uncertainty at the beginning. It never dropped the way it should have. There should have been fear and desperation on Wall Street. Even up until now. You're thinking you're going to invest in companies that you don't even know if the companies are going to be there.
Yeah.
And you don't even know if airlines are going to exist because you can't crowd people together at this, in cruise lines. And, you saw them take a hit, but my point is that it was never commensurate to what the damage could have been had it been something like, maybe even just take a 5% or a 10% death rate,
right,
as opposed to a 0.001 death rate. You know what I mean? You're looking at 1,000 times the devastation. So you take what we're already going through and multiply that times 1,000. All of a sudden, you've got something there. Life as we knew it would not exist.
Yeah, the Georgia Guidestones, the goal is to get it down to 500 million. That means a $6.5 billion, 6.5 billion person loss of life on this planet.
Right. And even if you didn't take that into account, you know, hundreds of millions of deaths, um, what do you think the stock market would be? You think it'd go up? Maybe if you're a globalist.
It depends on if your stock is in funeral homes.
Yeah, that's a buy signal now.
That's yeah,
Crematoriums.
yeah,
But anyway, it's just I watch the market because that really has not been exposed to
yeah,
the point where I think it needs to be exposed, and I keep looking at institutions that need to be exposed because we thought we were going to get through some of this about exposing election integrity.
yeah.
Well, God, they've been manipulating those for so long. That's not even news. Um, so you've got the hospital systems, the doctors are coming out, the school systems, how corrupt they are. Judges. I mean, just you name it.
Yeah.
But a lot of it needs exposure. And I think one of the biggest things is the stock market because, I mean, that's the world's greatest Ponzi scheme in my mind, being is
Hmm.
the fact that you're buying paper that says you own part of a company
Right. Right.
and, they can put out so many pieces of paper. I mean, you talk about a Ponzi scheme, Dave. If you're crooked, I mean, that's better than fiat currency, right? I mean, that's fiat businesses. That's the retirement
Right.
plans of everybody on the planet.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Because that's where they invest. That's where these funds, your pension funds, they invest in these funds that are heavily invested in corporations, right?
But what
And
happens if everybody goes and everybody cashes out at the same time?
hmm
What do you think the real worth? If I knew the net worth of every stock at their price right now, and I did a
yeah,
calculation, and let's just say it's $100 trillion. Just say 100
right,
trillion.
okay.
That's probably way low, but 100 trillion. Just say that's what the stock market's worth. If everybody went and tried to get their money, it'd be like, how many dollars would you actually be able to get your hands on?
Well, it would be like a run on the bank, right? But
Right.
what would happen would be you would try to get your company. Um, you would try to sell your stock in that company, but as everyone tried to sell it, it would crash so low that very few would even get out with their shirt.
And it's set up to do that.
Exactly. Exactly.
So that what I'm saying is if the stock market says that the businesses on Wall Street are worth $100 trillion right now,
Right.
in reality, there's probably 10 trillion available, if that.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is that like the guy I work for, we've talked about him. He doesn't invest in a stock market per se. He invests in companies. So he's finding the companies out there that are, crushing it, or the ones that are not doing well at all, bets long or bets short. But that's more investing in the company itself because you're investing in infrastructure, you're investing in personnel, the CEO, you're investing in, what type of business are they doing? Is it recession proof? Is it going to go up that kind of thing, as you know. Um, and that's why I think differentiating it in companies that are also doing really, really good things. Like he
Well,
wanted,
and the other thing is, Dave, everything in the stock market is calculated on future earnings.
yes.
So you're not paying for the company as it sits today. You're investing into the future. So
Hmm.
my God, doesn't that tell you right there that it's a Ponzi scheme and that it's it's smoke and mirrors. It always has been from the inception of time. It's been a Khazarian way of doing business. It's just like this dollar's worth a dollar. Trust me. Why is it
Yeah.
worth a dollar? Because we believe it's worth a dollar,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
When you lose belief in a currency, what happens to the currency?
Yep.
It's gone because if everybody decides at some point that the dollar's not worth the dollar and that we want to use another thing, we want to say, hey, everybody's been saving up a little bit of silver and we're going to start using silver as our currency because we don't trust the dollar and we don't trust the government. We don't trust this or that. As soon as we start using other things as a replacement, then that becomes currency.
Yep.
By the belief in what it is we're using for money. That's why fiat currency exists, because we believe it does. Why does Bitcoin exist, Dave?
Because of the fiat currency is so infinite that there's no more value to it. So they created a finite product that they could, control the amount of, and basically,
it's
right?
it's still kind of a trust in this. It's a fiat. I mean, any way you look at it, even though
Yeah.
you're doing, they make you mine it.
Yeah. Yes.
And that does cost money to do it. It's not very profitable unless you do it on a large scale.
Yeah.
But what my contention is that it's still only backed by, it's a fiat concept still.
Yeah. Yes. It is, because there's no value to it. That's why we do gold and silver.
Exactly.
That's why we recommend going to the indoctrination.com, going to Patriot Silver. And by the way, Nancy, how many checks did we send out last week? Or did the company send out? Please. This is Wealth Strategies. And if you wanted, in the interview with the CEO that I did, and if you want to learn more about this and how you can buy bullion at dealer prices, very, very low prices on bullion, or buy a numismatic value, just fill this out and Nancy will give you a call. And because the gold and silver, you could buy bullion or numismatic, whatever you want. But you can find it all here on Patriot Silver. You could join our team. And we are very excited about the amount of people that are not only joining our team, but getting paid to share this information too. And that's really exciting, because no other gold or silver company can you do this with. This is the only one that has a system by which, if you refer people, you can get paid. So good to be a part of this. Good to grateful for it to help support this Truthcast and our Snedheads, who are also looking to make it through this shit show, this pandemic. It's not easy. Jobs are being affected. Revenues being affected. It's tragic what's happening to our country and our world right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just here's how simple it is, guys, and this is the way I feel about it. Gold and silver are a weight measurable asset.
Yeah.
So you could go around the world and you could find out exactly how many pounds of this or kilos of that there are. And then once you print out so many dollars for each country, based on their reserves of gold and silver, if you want to allow it to, I think that keeping it simple is the way to go on currency, because then everybody's currency is stable. Everybody's currency is backed by not just the faith of a government, it's backed by assets. So you're not going to have the inflationary problems that we're having right now. It eliminates, it keeps everything stable. It's a 1-to-1. China wouldn't have any advantage over us by manipulating their money.
Right.
And the reason I know it's the right way to go, is because look at the people who have tried to do a gold standard or a silver standard. John F.
Yep.
Kennedy. Look at Muammar Gaddafi. He was going to go off of in Libya.
Yeah, exactly.
He was going to just simply pull off of the world stage and use his own gold-backed currency, and look what that cost him.
Yep.
Not saying he was a good guy, didn't know him personally, but that was one of the reasons he got whacked by Hillary. And she was very happy she did it.
Yep.
So if you don't think it's a big, smoke and mirrors, it all goes back to the money, then you're not understanding finance.
Right.
Because it's always about the money and the power.
Yep. Absolutely.
But that, I just look at this stuff and I just hope people are realizing what they're seeing. Because I think one of the worst places we can be is like half awake.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because if you're not seeing the whole picture of being totally awake,
yeah,
then you're in a dangerous spot.
Yep. We've had this conversation before.
Yep.
And I'm not saying I know everything. I'm not by far. I'm saying, I'm admitting that I don't. But I'm always looking to where I could wake up more. Because, and I know where most of it comes from. And if you really just back it all out to money, why are we going through all this? Why would all the evil people want us dead? Well, then they would have more of the world to themselves, which in a way is a way to enrich themselves, because they wouldn't have us in their way. It'd be, what a better life, Dave. Only 500,000 people on the earth, 500 million people on the planet.
Yeah.
You could probably, go to some countries and not see people.
Absolutely. It's not a lot.
I mean, so why would they aspire for that? Because, that's what you do when you have everything already.
Yeah.
When you look at a person like a Rothschild, who's never worried about a dollar in his life.
Yeah. And all those people are controlled, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, even if you go right to the top of, the top of nastiness, where they're worth hundreds of trillions of dollars. What do you do when you have everything? It almost, to me, it almost seems like that's a self-fulfilling prophecy, that you're going to be a weirdo anyway. That you've never had to really work for anything. You've got everything you want. You couldn't possibly buy yourself, a big enough diamond to make yourself happy. So what would make you happy? You almost turned evil. You know what I mean? I think it's like being in this big castle by yourself, going, I've got everything, and what's my challenge? Well, my challenge is to be the most evil person ever. I mean, I just think that's it's like a normal evolution for this group.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of controlling the planet, this is a great dive by Christy Blackburn about the what happened with what's happening with Ukraine right now, and that is Barack Obama. Don't underestimate Joe's ability to fuck things up. And post 4822, drop 4822. What happens if Biden became POTUS, knowing he, through Hunter +1, took massive amounts of bribes to look the other way, U.S. policy towards Ukraine in favor of Ukraine? Would Ukraine own and control the White House? And so look what's happening. He won't even send our troops to our own border or secure our own border, and yet he's looking to secure Ukraine's border. Why? Well, it's because that's the piggy bank for the deep state.
That's so simple.
And Australia and UK are beginning the evacuation of diplomats from Kiev, Ukraine. NATO sends military equipment to Eastern Europe with forces on standby. And Alliance announced Monday via its website that NATO allies are putting forces on standby as a deterrence to Russia. Denmark's sending a frigate to the Baltic Sea and is set to deploy 4 F-16 fighter jets to Lithuania. Spain sending ships to NATO naval forces and considering sending fighter jets to Bulgaria. France ready to send troops to Romania. Netherlands sending 2 F-35 fighter aircraft to Bulgaria and is offering a ship and a land base to NATO's response force. U.S. considering increasing its presence in Eastern Europe. What's to stop Vladimir Putin from taking Ukraine? What are the 3 key motives that could drive Russia to war over Ukraine? This is...
Hold on, Dave. I thought Trump was going to start World War III. How did we get off track here?
Yeah, that's definitely...
Wasn't he the guy that was going to get us into World War III?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wasn't he the first
Orange man bad.
first president in 40 years not to start a war?
Yep.
But I remember he did finish a few.
Yep. And they've got tens of thousands of troops here too, right at the border.
You know, Dave, I've had some thoughts about that too. And it's not all original, but I've taken what a lot of these experts have. I've been watching these experts on TV talking about, the buildup of the troops. And I ran into a guy, I think he might have been on Bannon, on War Room. Now, it's just a guess. I've seen so much information. I could be wrong. But he talked about how everything is so lined up in the same spot. Like they keep showing, whenever they show the troop buildup at the border, they show them all in this singular one spot, right? With all their housing right there and all their tanks all lined up, all nice and neat. Would that be a way, would that be a really good strategy, like to invade some other country?
That's a great point. You mean having all your things just ready to go right there, all together?
All your 100,000 your troops in like barracks right next to each other.
Right. It's not the most, I must say, it's not the most strategic of positionings of your troops. It's an arrogant stance.
We keep seeing the same place over and over and over again, and it looks almost like the same picture all the time, because I'm waiting to see like if there's more tracks in and out, or if the snow has melted, or if there's more snow, or but it's kind of like you remember in Afghanistan you kept seeing the same 4 guys all the time when they were the Taliban.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like even now I still see clips and it's the same 4 guys all the time. It's the if they're central casting, if you ask me.
Right.
But my point is if you're really intending on invading, then I wouldn't make it so easy, like for say NATO to come along and just blow the shit out of everyone in the same spot, right? I mean, it just seems weird. Hey, I'm going to put 100,000 troops at the border, and I'm going to build one big complex for them to stay right there.
Right.
So that just like Pearl Harbor, have all your ships in one spot at the same time. To me, it just seems a little weird.
Fake.
Well, I still think that there are people that are working together that you wouldn't think are working together. And I also think that's an exposure right now because you're starting to see the warmongers in Congress start beating their drums.
Right.
Well,
Right.
not so much, but there's been people sticking their neck out now and saying, "Hey, we have to defend Ukraine at all costs, no matter what, even if we have to go to war." And the first thing we always talk about is cui bono, Dave. You know,
Yep.
how how are we going to benefit as a country by going and sending our troops there and possibly starting World War III?
Well, if you had all your money there that was basically funneled there for your illegal activities, you would be pretty concerned about making sure that it doesn't go anywhere,
Well,
like
I'm
in the
not so sure it
hands of
stays there
Putin.
because a lot of it comes back to him here. Like
Yeah.
we tracked
Yep.
Adam Schiff's money
Yep.
out of Ukraine back into his bank account.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But I think the big bucks are staying over there, and I think that's why they've set up Astana, as
Well,
the way
yeah,
they
I
have.
mean it's their laundering. Their future money laundering operations would have to start up again somewhere else.
Yeah.
It used to be the Cayman Islands, but then that kind of got cracked up a little bit.
And then Panama got cracked up by the Panama Papers, right?
Yeah. So you see how it goes. I mean, they know
Yeah.
they've got so much time in each place, but the Ukraine's been great for a while, especially when you control the non-government agencies, the NGOs that go over there and they're like, controlled by George Soros that look at the corruption and make sure it's not happening.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, isn't that great? No wonder, you wonder why would George Soros pay $10 million for some attorney general to get an office or whatever? And it's like, guys, it's monopoly money. He
Yeah.
can wash that. That's like couch cushion money.
Yeah. It's nothing. And it gets them exactly what they need. It gets them
Right.
exactly what they need.
Yeah, I
Which
was
is
thinking about that today, like how the world should be different, how our government should be elected, and how money should be limited on political campaigns, and
yeah.
it should be small grassroots donors and you should have to work for it. There shouldn't be all this. If you looked at it that way, you know and career politicians, I mean, it's really not hard,
No.
to put term limits on them. It's so easy to fix all this stuff, really.
Yeah.
You just have to make it so you can't have Zuckerbucks coming in, at the tune of $500 million
Right.
to try to change an election. you know.
Well, that's why it's so absolutely easy it is to turn things around as long as you have the element out of power that benefit from things being so screwed up.
Right. They're not gonna investigate and convict themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the
Right.
system we've got right now. But we have to demand transparency. And I mean that has to be done, you know, it's just like the ants and the grasshoppers, The ants have to demand transparency. And I don't care if they the left thought that 2016 was corrupt. Remember those days?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
now the right thinks 2020 was corrupt. Remember those days we're still
Yeah.
in?
Yeah.
So what I say is, why don't we just audit all of it? Audit everything,
Yep.
or trash the system, go back to, paper ballots with printed out. That's like money. Each one's a unique ballot, and none of it's tracked by. It's all counted by hand. They're all put in they're all safe. You have the chain of custody, and all of them are voter IDs. I mean, why are we even wasting our breath talking about, well, should illegals vote?
Yeah,
Should dead people vote, Dave?
it's insane.
I
That's
mean, let's
insane.
go to court over dead people on the voter rolls.
Yeah.
Let's go to court. I'll see you in court. Could
Hmm.
you imagine going in, like I do a FOIA and I get the information. I'm like, oh my God, I just found out out of 10,000 votes in my county, I found out that 2,200 of them are dead people. I want these people off the voter rolls, and you have to go to court. The guy that you go to says, well, I'll see you in court over this.
Yep.
I mean, wouldn't you just stand there like, you really want to fight me on dead people on rolls?
Who's fighting that, right? And how's the media portraying them as the fighting for truth, fighting for us, and yet
Yeah.
and the side that's saying, hey, let's audit all this is like, oh, you don't want people to be able to vote, you racist. It's just absolutely insane. Um,
It's not hard to fix, folks. It really isn't.
hey,
It's not.
one of the deltas for today, January 24th, 2018, 6:03. Today, former President Barack Hussein Obama formally retained counsel 9/worldwide. God bless you all. That I take that to mean he retained 9 law firms worldwide. Interesting, interesting drop, right? People see that and they're like, okay, is it really coming to fruition? And that was in 2018, and here we are in 2022, and unless you believe some of these people that say, all the arrests have been made, they're already been executed, they've already done the trial, and some of those sites that have no receipts whatsoever. We can speculate on that, but I'd rather know for sure, and I'd rather celebrate when I know for sure rather than have it watered down with speculation, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can look at it and see why I would kind of lean that could possibly be happening because we're seeing so many fake people,
Mm-hmm.
including Obama when he turned into a hot dog.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
There's been a lot that's been shown to us for people who have been looking.
Mm-hmm.
There's been so much
So much.
that you can't ignore it. You can't. If I'm investigating something, Dave, and I'm thinking, I'm looking at the big picture, I have to keep that information in my head that they've shown us some crazy shit that they want
Mm-hmm.
us to believe. Like, but we're so awake now, like Joe Biden's arm going through the microphone.
Yes. Yeah.
That was a
And
CGI event.
and how about yeah, I've heard of Russell J. Gould. Yeah, that's the whole the gold standard and the corporation and the whole bit and the take back of our
Yeah, it also goes to the maritime law and the
yeah.
common law and the Magna Carta. I mean, it goes. That's a deep
And,
dive.
and I learned all that through William Cooper, the maritime law stuff. Goes back
Man,
into the
it's amazing. I know so many attorneys and I know so many that judges,
mm-hmm.
and I'm like,
Yeah.
they know this.
Um, so there were on the deltas. Um, there was this. We haven't listened to this in a while. What do you say we give a listen to this?
Is that
Uh,
the speech that'll get him elected?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's sit back and listen for a
And look
sec.
at the characters involved.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll keep your audio on if you want to say anything during it. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself. The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interest, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. Our campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another 4-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. The political establishment that is trying to stop us is the same group responsible for our disastrous trade deals, massive illegal immigration, and economic and foreign policies that have bled our country dry. The political establishment has brought about the destruction of our factories and our jobs as they flee to Mexico, China, and other countries all around the world. It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. This is a struggle for the survival of our nation, and this will be our last chance to save it. This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged. This is reality. You know it, they know it, I know it, and pretty much the whole world knows it. The Clinton machine is at the center of this power structure. We've seen this firsthand in the WikiLeaks documents, in which Hillary Clinton meets in secret with international banks to plot the destruction of U.S. sovereignty in order to enrich these global financial powers, her special interest friends, and her donors. Honestly, she should be locked up. The most powerful weapon deployed by the Clintons is the corporate media, the press. Let's be clear on one thing. The corporate media in our country is no longer involved in journalism. They're a political special interest, no different than any lobbyist or other financial entity with a total political agenda, and the agenda is not for you, it's for themselves. Anyone who challenges their control is deemed a sexist, a racist, a xenophobe. They will lie, and then again, they will do worse than that. They will do whatever's necessary. The Clintons are criminals, remember that. This is well documented. And the establishment that protects them has engaged in a massive cover-up of widespread criminal activity at the State Department and the Clinton Foundation in order to keep the Clintons in power. They knew they would throw every lie they could at me and my family and my loved ones. They knew they would stop at nothing to try to stop me. Nevertheless, I take all of these slings and arrows gladly for you. I take them for our movement so that we can have our country back. I knew this day would arrive. It's only a question of when. And I knew the American people would rise above it and vote for the future they deserve. The only thing that can stop this corrupt machine is you. The only force strong enough to save our country is us. The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people. Our great civilization has come upon a moment of reckoning. I didn't need to do this, folks, believe me. I built a great company, and I had a wonderful life. I could have enjoyed the fruits and benefits of years of successful business deals and businesses for myself and my family. Instead of going through this absolute horror show of lies, deceptions, malicious attacks, who would have thought? I'm doing it because this country has given me so much, and I feel so strongly that it's my turn to give back to the country that I love. I'm doing this for the people and for the movement, and we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
Any inaccuracies there?
The only inaccuracy I did see, I saw Pence a little too close for comfort.
Right, right. One of the things that really stuck out for me, and I haven't listened to that in quite a while, was that the only people, the only thing that can stop these people is you, the American people. And he said it twice. That's significant. Yeah. That's significant.
Yeah, it is. And that's why if you look at the financial markets, that's why I spent so much time looking at what's going on there. Because that is one of the biggest revelations that people have to realize is, like I just talked about, the fiat currency, the Ponzi scheme on Wall Street. When does that stop?
Mm-hmm.
It stops when we say it does.
Yeah. Also, what we saw on what we saw with 4171, which is it's not a delta, but it has January 24th in it.
Yep.
And it goes right to COVID, origin country of COVID, China, Wuhan. How long was Wuhan on lockdown? 76 days. How long was the remainder of China on lockdown? China extended January 24th to February 9th, average 16 days. How long has the U.S. been on lockdown? No spread of COVID-19 outside of Wuhan. How is it possible the source country of the virus, minus Wuhan, was on lockdown for only 16 days? How long has the U.S. been on lockdown? Forecasted lockdown, California, New York, or Oregon, Michigan? Reconcile, logical thinking. Cui bono? Who benefits? Who benefits? President's pen, Obama, and what we just showed you. But the other thing that this takes us to is 59, 58, and 57 in the blue.
Yep.
Which is, we were just at 55 Friday or Saturday. We were together, and then we'll probably want to mirror those. But 59, you want to take a crack at these?
Yeah.
Or is there
let me
anything?
get my.
Let me ask you this. Did you go down this, and is there
exactly,
anything of
this
significance?
is exactly where I went.
Cool.
And I also went into the future deltas. And the funny thing is that the little streak continues of that that block of numbers from about 55, and it keeps going on to like all the way to 69 in future deltas. So I kind of read ahead of the class, but
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see what, I wanted to see if Q was going to give us any more information coming up, and just all you had to do was look for it, So I went to the 29th of January. But yeah, so where did you so 59, 58, 57. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is Q's book again. We've been there a million times lately. 2017. How did Saudi Arabia welcome POTUS during his trip?
Mm-hmm.
Why was this historic and not covered by the mainstream media? How did Saudi Arabia welcome BO during his trip? How did Saudi Arabia welcome HRC during her trip? Why is this relevant? Not suggesting Saudi Arabia is clean by any means, but they play a role in this global game of risk. Combine all the posts and analyze. The questions provide answers. Remember, information is everything. The flow of information is no longer controlled by the mainstream media, but by you, others. Hence, why we are dedicating critical time to distribute crumbs, which can be followed in greater detail to paint the entire picture once more information is released.
Hey, we were just cued, Todd.
Again?
The flow of information is no longer controlled by the MSM, but by you, others.
Oh, by Q.
By you. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Why has POTUS dedicated so much? Let's see. Is that where I was? Why has POTUS dedicated so much time into labeling the mainstream media as fake news? Why is this relevant? We are fully prepared that all social media will be shut down to prevent the spread of this information. What are we doing right now, Dave? I.e., POTUS's Twitter, etc., and/or mass censoring. Oh, why can't we get on Facebook, Dave? Sealed federal orders.
Your fault. It's your fault. I blame you.
Yeah, I'm off Twitter because of me too. That was me, but I earned that one.
You did.
Sealed federal orders pre-submitted as prevention and masses in general, though that does not account for rogue agents, programmers within. Dates and pending actions are deliberately provided for authenticity. Alice in Wonderland. Kind of the same thing we've been talking about.
Yep.
We just watched the speech. He told you everything you needed to know.
Yep.
And it was so funny when Yellen popped back into the picture. And I was like, she's still there. She's still playing in this cesspool.
Right. And the Fed is talking crypto.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they acted like they were going to fight crypto. But then I'm thinking that might all have been an act anyway. A lot of people have different feelings about crypto. And I had a friend ask me about it today, and I said, I'm not going to be a part of another fiat currency. So it's just, I'm not going to be, I won't be involved in that because, and people are stating, I've seen videos of people who I thought might have an idea about what's going on with crypto. And they're saying that the illegal activities, only 3% of all illegal dark web actions are taken through crypto.
What percent?
3.
Is that all?
They said the rest of it is paid through cash. But I'm like,
wow.
How are you? What are you doing? Mailing like pounds of $100 bills for the stuff you know what I'm saying? The highly illegal, $100,000 here and $100,000 there. What are you doing? Sending them $100 bills? That just doesn't seem right to me. But you got to always check your source because if you want to really go into some sick shit, it's like the red rooms, where they're actually those sites where people are going on the dark web where they're actually having murdering people. How are they
Yeah.
setting up accounts where they're sending them cash? It's got to be crypto, doesn't it?
Well, no, because I mean, just think of the bookies, right? Back in the day
Well,
when,
now everything's legal with bookies. Oh,
yeah, but my
the
point is that it wasn't for the longest time, and bookies would deal in only cash.
yeah, but I mean that was so local. You know, Everybody knew a bookie in town if they wanted to do that. I don't know that you had your local human trafficker or local torture chamber room. You
I
know what I
think,
mean?
I think it's all local. I mean, look at the people that are corrupted. Look at the people that are breaking the law just to try to protect these people.
Yeah, I
You
mean, I'm
know,
not saying it couldn't be, but those places where the shipping containers that had the torture rooms in them,
right?
obviously they're probably I mean, I'm just assuming that they're probably going to an international crowd,
Mm-hmm.
and like you would have to actually, that's a club that I don't know how you get in, wouldn't want to know how you get in it, but I'm assuming you don't just hit, www.redroom.com.
Right. No, it's got to. Well, supposedly excuse me, a .to for Tonga,
Uh-huh.
right? Um,
I mean, I don't know how they communicate, but obviously the white hats do.
right, right. But yeah, no, I've always, I've mentioned cash in the past as being, you know, when we've talked about, should the dark web activities keep you out of crypto? Not necessarily when you consider how much cash is used for these horrible acts against humanity. Um, so, but interesting that percentage. How accurate is that? I'm not sure, but interesting percentage of it.
Yeah,
Um,
because to me that makes the assumption that they catch every bad transaction because that's the only way you would have the numbers, right?
yeah, yeah,
So that right there tells me that's bullshit.
yep, yep,
Because they were talking about and I keep going back to that shipping container because the story behind it was that was a live stream site where just based on the instruments in the shipping container
yes,
where they actually did like a snuff film or snuff feed,
right, right, right,
and but you had to pay like $100,000 and you could tell them what to do.
yeah,
That's how sick it is. So
yeah.
are they sending them 100,000 in cash?
They have couriers. They have
Yeah,
couriers for
yeah.
this stuff.
I mean,
It's easier to do than, yeah, it's easier than you think. Yes, I'm going to say it's absolutely easier than you think, and it's how they've done it for a long time. Because guess what, crypto has not been around very long, and yet these activities have been around for a
right.
very long time.
Well, I
So it
just
was
thought it
all
was
cash before crypto came along.
the convenience of the crypto was my deal that made it easier worldwide for these guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, that's just the sense I have.
yeah,
But because and you also look who's behind crypto. I mean, you can't even tell me exactly who invented Bitcoin. So you got that mystery.
right, right.
Satoshi whatever is supposed to be behind, and even he doesn't admit he did it.
Um,
So you've got so much mystery behind Bitcoin.
yes. We've been just jumping back to the drops. We've been to 58 many times. This is the Clinton campaign, which Trump was talking about. Huma, um, the ties to Muslim Brotherhood, the Sharia law, um, the Media Matters, debunked, fact checked Michelle Bachmann in 2012 when she was saying that there's an infiltration of Muslim Brotherhood, and so this is Alice in Wonderland. This is Hillary and Saudi Arabia. And then 57, more on the Bachman and how McCain, downplayed it, criticized her, and meanwhile he got $1 million from Saudi Arabia. Yeah, so that's that. And were there any that you went to in the '60s that were significant that we should visit?
Well, I just continued on, and the story was we've been to all these drops. I mean, this is all November 2nd. This is Q's book drop,
Yep.
as I call it, and it's also Huma's book drop date. So that November 2nd time period's always, I don't even know how many times I've read these.
I know,
And,
right?
and you got to read them in the time that you're in, but it still doesn't, it's not going to completely answer some of the questions we have. It's not, a lot of it's not the huge revelation. It almost feels like it's for the kids that didn't get it the first 10 times.
Right. Yeah. Oh, wow. This is, excuse me. I just went on Twitter, and Neil Young demands Spotify choose between his music or the Joe Rogan podcast. This ought to be interesting. This is going to get good. What a shame, because, here's Neil Young, who is a counterculture phenom. But, those who scream the loudest.
Yep.
Looks like Neil's screaming the loudest right now.
Yep.
In that picture. What's up? What's up, Neil? I liked your music. No, not so much. And unless Neil Young got 50 million downloads last week, I'm going to say that Joe Rogan's kicking his ass.
Right, and just think, there's a platform coming out real soon.
Yes, exactly. So if he gets off Spotify, welcome to Trump Media.
Sorry, Neil. It's coming out, bud. It's coming out, bud.
Oh, and guess what, Neil? You won't be on Trump Truth Social. I don't think. No, I don't think so. So we won't have to worry about it. We won't have to worry about it. So what would you say when you went into the future? Was there anything in the future other than kind of the same old for the rest of the class, for the class that hasn't gotten it yet?
Well, I just read them at face value, just zip through them day to day.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of took a look at the blue numbers and to see if they were connecting and still ascending. And they were, but, a lot of this doesn't make any sense till you get news to connect it.
Right.
So I'm not going to find out, how it's connected. And Q alludes to that.
Yeah.
You won't know what this means. You won't know what this message means, particularly until the news is attached to it. And then you see it. And you're like, whoa, we've seen that a million times.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, oh, we read this on the way up. We had no idea we didn't know what he was talking about.
Right,
and then you
right.
read it 4 years later and you go, oh my God, that's what he was talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. this is interesting. So, looking at Dan's tweet, we got to go to him, right?
Yep.
Did you do him today?
Yep.
So first of all, we got to watch this, and I want to make something very clear here. Let's just watch Biden for a second.
What do you think questions on inflation, Matt? Do you think inflation is a political liability?
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
So, who's he sitting with here, Todd Biden?
What's that, Dave?
Who's he sitting here with? What was this particular event? Do you know?
He was just giving his he was giving comments, and he wasn't taking any questions from reporters. He was commenting. I don't know who these people are. Oh, those are probably his new advisors from all the think tanks. Remember, he said he was going to pull in all the smartest from Scholastic, from media, from think tanks.
Yeah.
You know, because they're always, that's your president just telling you that he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. So
Right.
he has to get a hold of some scholarly people to guide him, like Fauci.
Yeah. Yeah.
Idiot.
This guy here looks like he knows how to win a fight. Maybe with a wet paper bag. I don't know. Bow ties. If you want military strategy, don't go to the guy with a bow tie. Just don't. So at any rate, Ducey asks a question, right? Everybody knows this. Everyone's seen this today. But I wanted to just bring up a point here. Ducey asks a question. Can we ask you a question about the inflation? People are getting crushed right now with inflation, right? And he doesn't, and he says, do you think that's a political liability for you? Genuine question. Now, everyone's reporting that Biden says this under his breath, or, a hot mic moment. This isn't a hot mic moment. This is him literally looking around the table and saying this to these other guys.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
This is him trying to save face in front of these, these laureates or whatever the hell they are. These think tankers, because he looked bad there. And this is him saving face and not hiding at all.
But doesn't he sound a little Godfather like?
Yeah.
The stupid son of a bitch,
What a stupid son of a bitch.
I kind of get a little Godfather there, Dave.
Yep.
Like when the doors close after the Corleones meet with some other family about terms, and they leave the room, and he turns and says, "We're not going to do that. That guy's a stupid son of a bitch."
Yeah.
It's almost a Corleone type of feel.
And somebody else brought up, why isn't he wearing a mask? All those other guys at the table are wearing a mask, and he's all about masking, right? It's yeah, it wasn't a hot mic. It was like, hey, can you believe this stupid son of a bitch? You know what I mean?
Oh, Dave, you just got caught on the hot mic, man. Stop.
Yeah, exactly. But here's what's funny about that is that it's put out by the mainstream media to kind of lessen the impact, right? But people in the alternative media are picking up and running with it as a hot mic, not even thinking about it really, right?
Yeah.
And here, if you think about it, it's like, I'm sorry. He just flat out looked around the table and said, "What a stupid son of a bitch!" Right?
Well,
So
Peter Ducey has the response to that too. Biden called him after that. Did you
did
hear
he?
that?
No, I didn't hear that. Oh, look at
Yeah,
that. That's
and
fantastic.
I think it was Hannity. It was on Hannity tonight, and Peter said he called and they talked for a bit, and Hannity said, "Did he ever apologize?" And he said, and this was another thing that made me think Godfather, Dave, was it's nothing personal.
He said that.
Yep.
Wow.
Doesn't that sound like a Godfather term?
Yeah, definitely.
So
It's
that's
just
what kind of
business.
clicked. Yeah, it's nothing personal.
Hey, have you seen this? I gotta play this here real quick. How great is that? The people that put this
Oh,
stuff out is just amazing. That was Defanzer replying to Dan Scavino. That's fantastic. Um, so this is that's interesting. And so Ducey handled it well. I saw an
he said
interview.
he didn't know about it at the time because all the
Right.
cronies were yelling and screaming. So he found out, like he said, about 5 minutes later when they were in the press room, all the other people were coming to him saying, "Hey, did you hear what he said about you?" And then he said he went and watched it, and he was, Peter Ducey's not gonna give two squirts of piss about what Biden says
Yeah.
about him.
Well, you can't stand him, obviously.
Right. He's been a thorn in his shoe the whole time, ever since he was following him before he was trying to, he's remember when he ran his the tour that got him elected, Dave? The no more what was that? No more
Malarkey.
malarkey. No more
Malarkey.
malarkey tour. No malarkey tour. That's the one that did it. That pushed him over the edge.
By the way, did you know that Biden thought that malarkey meant public appearances?
No, he ran a very successful campaign from the basement.
Yeah, right.
And
Yeah, I got to send that
call,
to Curtis. That's a great idea.
insulting
Gonna be.
all of your constituents works every time,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
especially when you're talking about AR-14s
Yes.
in the
Yeah.
magazine
Yeah.
capacity of an AR-14.
um,
Oh my God!
wow. Hey, Jim
How
Rice
many
says,
people?
do you think Peter Ducey would be the White House correspondent unless Paul Ryan okayed it? Time to move on. It was a setup. Mm. How do you
Yeah,
mean?
that's assuming that he has power.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah. What were you going to say, bud?
Oh, I was just gonna go back to the dog face pony soldier comment. He was so smooth with his no malarkey. That's how you get 81 million votes in the United States. You hide in your
Of
basement
course. Yeah.
and you hold rallies with cars where they honk. Remember that stupid shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's
Jeez.
funny that the same cars were parked in the same
Yep.
spots
Exactly.
when they
Exactly.
when he
And
when he
nobody
did
was in
his
them. And nobody was in them.
the
And do you
same
remember? Do you remember
same
when?
yellow Jeep.
And do you remember when supposedly they came out on stage, but we showed that they weren't on that stage?
Yeah.
They were actually inside somewhere.
Yep.
I mean, I
That's what I'm
mean,
saying. You can't forget all this shit.
no, no, dude, we gotta do a best of, you know,
Oh
and just
wow.
go over all that stuff, you know.
Well, how about the dummy of George Floyd? That was a good one.
Yeah, Yeah.
You know, when they were sliding him on the stretcher, and it was like, oh my God, he doesn't have an arm.
Yep. Yep.
And then the paramedics that show up are they just scoop him up. They don't check vitals. They don't see if he's breathing.
Yep.
They don't do anything. They just scoop him up and run. It's like, come on.
Kind of like what they did with Ashley Babbitt.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
The non-bleeding neck wound. And then you just, you know, if you've ever seen a fatal accident on a highway, it shuts the highway down for like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yes, they measure everything, they document everything, but they just cleaned up the pile of blood from Ashley, and then they went right back to business, right? That wasn't ever a crime scene. They never investigated it. They're like, oh, it's okay, one of ours did it. You know, it's like, come on.
Yeah. I mean, you can't get away with this kind of stuff unless it's a show.
You can't.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
Oh yeah, the Epstein pictures too. You know, it looks like, oh, that's a coffin. Yeah,
Right,
Mary
right,
Hoffman.
right. Wow. But the big vote today in New York, or big thing today in New York. That's pretty huge. But going back to what we were just at with the Biden clip with Peter Ducey, the timestamp on that was 10:44, and here we are at 7:44. 7:44. And here we are, February 12th, 2018. I wonder why Barack Hussein Obama is depicted sitting in a bush. What was I just saying today, just earlier, about Trump in front of the bush?
Yep.
Right? That Barack Obama was painted in. Find the link, look around, what does it signify? And, you know, we've got basically CIA controlled. The link directly to Obama, Biden, and Clinton is standing right here. That's John Podesta. That's John Podesta, folks, with Clinton, with Kim Jong-un, or is it Il? I forget. Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-il?
Il, yeah.
Thank you. And watch the water, right? And this was when the CIA controlled North Korea.
I love all the hand signals on that picture. That's great. The guy next to the lady in white has the one finger pointing down, and the guy on the left has the triangle, and it's great.
And we've had bigger looks at this, but this one isn't the one with the high quality resolution. So this is a tough one. But I'll show it to you a little bit bigger there. Hand signals, pyramid.
I mean, really, the guy on the left, or the guy on the that you have the X on right next to Kim's. That's his daughter. Holding the one finger straight down. That's not a sign at all.
I know, some kind of calm. That's just how many pictures. Unless he just won a championship, Todd. Okay, there's no.
Or he's got to go. He's like telling the photographer, "I got to go pee after this."
Yeah.
Got to go number one.
Yep, exactly. So that's where Dan sent us to. He also sent us to 335 and 525 and 350 and 504. Did you go down those drops?
I went to the 540, 54, and 24. That's pretty good.
Wait a minute, 5 what?
540.
540.
Then I dropped to 0. And we were just here.
Right. 54. 504. Did you do 504 too?
Nope.
At 525 and 350. Sorry, folks. Hold on. Um, 540 also drops us down to 24. What are you following the news today? What a big news day. These people are really stupid. This will be the end of the Democrat Party. This will be the path forward with public outrage to jail many so-called untouchables. How about that? You, the
Yep.
people, we have the power. Down she goes. You, the people, which is what Trump was just saying in the Delta of today. And now we're sent here with the timestamp. 525, January 13th, 2018. 7 out of 10 targeted kills, power out, flight reroutes, flight returns, running, public awakening, message spreading wide and far. Goodbye at Jack. Takes us down to 13. We are talking directly to this board. Learn our comms. And this is what Todd and I have done. And many of you. 350, shall we play a game? Find the spiders and build the web, the map. Map, also minor attracted person. The normalization of pedophilia. Remember, they consider you to be the fly, specifically the feeder. Remember, they never thought she was going to lose. Therefore, they never thought investigations and or public interest into their criminal acts would be exposed, investigated. Therefore, they never thought they had anything to fear. Therefore, they openly showcased their symbolism. Therefore, they were sloppy. Hussein's last speech in Chicago regarding scandal-free. Why did he continually emphasize that phrase? As a backup, they infiltrated and controlled the narrative, the MSM. They install only those on the team. They blackmail those who aren't. As a backup, they define conspiracy as crazy, mentally unstable, and label anything true as such. This is all pertaining to COVID and how they're handling that. This works given most of what they are engaged in is pure evil and simply unbelievable, hard to swallow. The fix has always been in, no matter which party won the election. JFK killed, Reagan shot. This was always the promise made to those who played the game willingly or otherwise, i.e. they would never lose power. Power of the three-letter agencies. U.S. military, World War dominance to push against other nations and install like kind. These people are really stupid. Follow the husbands. Another hint. Ian Cameron, McKinsey & Company, Clowns in America, Dr. Emmett J. Rice, Federal Reserve. Everyone is connected. How about a nice game of chess? Q. No ability to enter trip code. Last dump. Everyone is connected. Federal Reserve. We were just talking about them. 350. 54. We've been here many times. For all know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Did you mirror any of these?
No, because I'd mirrored them many times before.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, at a certain point, unless it's like, I need my eyebrows to get raised a little bit before I start, kind of digging more. It's because you can tear these apart all the way through the big blue numbers too, but I've done that many times, and it's so much work. Not saying it's not worth it at times, but today wasn't one of my big dig days.
Yeah.
I had actually worked today.
Did you?
Yeah. So yeah, me and my sore ass worked today, so got a little something done before, and then I just started doing some dives. I did some dives what was available this morning on things, but didn't really hit anything big. It's just not going to be there every night.
No, it's not. It's not. And nor should it be. But a lot of the things, most of the things that we find are the ones that were left behind, trying to give them some heads up. Like, in case you missed this, here it is again.
Yeah, because, we did this exact dive last week.
Yeah. Um, and by the way, Germany on Hewitt's show, Senator Ben Sasse from Nebraska reacted to the situation between Russia and Ukraine, and he said Germany has effectively left NATO. And he said, I'm deadly serious. If they're preventing overflights of British supplies to Ukraine and they're refusing to allow the Baltic states, to send the mortars that Germany sold them to Ukraine, they're effectively returning to the position of Central Europe arbitrator between Russia and the West. They have left NATO, I believe. It certainly feels in a de facto way, maybe not a de jure way, but in a de facto way, it feels like Germany has tried to move to a pre-NATO time in history. And obviously that's a terrible time. I mean, the American people have not been brought along. It's a failure of leadership, and we're 3 straight administrations into people undermining NATO. But now we're at a place where NATO clearly isn't what it was and what it should be, and it feels like Germany's act in the last days, and we sure feel like an abandonment of NATO in reality. That's significant.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all based on their cheap energy.
Well, this is what I was just going to go to, and that is my my tweet from today, which was the retweet of this fact, which was, this, by the way, this was great. Ukrainian President Zelensky, Americans are safer in Kiev than they are in Los Angeles or any other crime-ridden city in the U.S.
Yep.
That's a fact.
And everybody's giving Biden credit for his 2-hour speech, but he mentioned nothing once in his 2 hours of talking about crime.
Yeah. He's more interested in crimea than crime.
He's crying me a river.
I knew you either were writing or didn't hear me. Or both. Well, basically what I was just going to...
You are correct, sir.
Yes. So this is what I retweeted today. 1/3 of Germany's natural gas supply depends on remaining in Putin's good graces. While gas is currently only 15% of German electricity, it is 50% of home heating. German gas use will increase if nuclear and coal are axed, which they are. They've already gotten rid of, I believe, 2 nuclear power plants. And so this is, and then of course the pipeline that Biden greenlit for Russia, going through to get to Germany. There are no accidents at this level. Everything's pretty much, planned out, right?
Well, I heard Katie McFarland get interviewed today, and she said she was present when the phone rang, and it was Angela Merkel for Trump.
Uh-huh.
And she said, "What are you going to do about this Ukraine thing?" And this was during the Trump administration. And President Trump's response was, "I don't know. What are you going to do about Ukraine? Ukraine's in your backyard."
Uh-huh. Really? Really?
Yep, that's what Katie said today. She's a former national security advisor, right? Like chief.
She should know.
Yeah, she was there.
Yep. Yeah.
Angela.
Yeah.
Angela Hitler.
Yeah, Teresa 107 just said in a podcast that the inauguration was a movie. We proved that, I think, like the day after.
The day of.
The day of, yeah.
Remember when I called and said that's not Bill Clinton?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. No, we've proven that many times. That's no nothing new.
Well, the weather was different. The angle of the sun was off.
Oh yeah, it was not even
The
close.
switcheroo of the kiddaroos.
Yeah, yeah.
The oh my God! It was supposed to be really cold and like flurries, and the chick that was given was doing the poetry.
She was sweating.
She was sweating bullets. She
Yeah,
had to keep wiping her face.
yeah. It was a joke. It was a joke. Um, so yeah, good stuff, man. Just
Yeah, just kind of. I'm really excited about watching the markets because I think that's a big one.
and what do you think's going to do?
Well, I think that there's going to be a move. I think it's going to be to the downside. I don't see it going up. But I saw today, and I thought, whoa, that's a pretty good move down. 5% on the Dow in a day.
Yeah,
Um, and then it recovered and went back to a small gain, and I was like, there was based on no news.
yep.
I mean, if anything, it wasn't positive news that came out later in the day. Talking about 8,500 troops possibly being prepared to go over there, and not to the Ukraine. You know, Poland, Romania. Um, do you think that's really going to scare Putin?
No.
Oh no!
Two jets coming from the Netherlands.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh, what am I going to do?
he's shaking in his boots. But
I
it's
think I
it's
think you
because
just
it's
have
cold, not in Moscow, not because of
you
the two
just
jets.
always remember what he said. The ball is in your court, Mr. President.
Yep, yep, exactly. Um, what do you think about Barr talking to the Capitol? The six J6 committee. Did you see that at all?
No, I really don't care who talks to him. I mean, there's nothing's going to come out of that.
Well, he's basically saying that about the election, right? And because he had said it's not a, it's not a thing, right? He's come out a couple times and said it's not a.
Oh yeah, there's no evidence to substantiate that it was stolen. Blah blah blah.
Exactly, right? So
Yep.
I think this is a setup because I think he's teeing this up for Sidney Powell a little bit. I could be wrong, but it just seems to me that the dialogue is about the election, and here they have the former AG saying that there was no proof, and here comes the proof. So,
I mean, it could
if
be.
not for J6, for just public opinion. What's
I
that?
honestly, I don't spend a lot of time trying to figure out the twists and turns of it in that respect, only because I know it's going to come out. I know
Yeah,
everything's going to come out. And just like somebody said,
yeah,
Drew Gypsum, he said, Bill Barr scumbag, and I'm like, of course he's like where he came from, being Bush's
yep.
AG.
And his father's connection to Epstein.
Yeah, it's like swamp
Yeah.
rat.
So one of the things he read, he shared with the committee, is an executive order that Trump put together that he never signed about the military seizing the election machines. So it was a draft of the executive order by Trump to do this, to that empowers the defense secretary to seize, collect, retain, and analyze all machines, equipment, electronically stored information and material records required for retention under U.S. law that relates to preservation of election records. It also cites a lawsuit filed in 2017 against Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger.
Well, I mean, they're supposed to keep all that stuff for public record for 2 years anyway.
Exactly. That's why I think he backed off of this, because he didn't need it. It's already being done.
Yeah.
Right? So kind of a possibly a nothing burger, but maybe something I think that might be setting something up. That's all. It's kind of like they know that J6 committee is crooked. They know that for a fact. I mean, we all know that too, right? So how can we set them up?
Well, anybody that doesn't know that is either asleep or brain dead.
Yeah. Yeah. I came up with something today that when I was thinking about Newsom and how he's ruining not just California, but ruining our memories of California. And I thought, and anybody that doesn't see that has got their head so far up their ass that they're not able to enjoy the Southern California weather at all. So, yeah. Speaking of the top German admiral resigned following a pro-Putin comments. That was just today. What the heck? What'd he say? We love the gas. Keep coming. Germany's naval chief, Vice Admiral K. Achim Schonbach. This is him here leaning in. It looks like, dude, it looks like one of those bits where his shoes are nailed to the floor and he's leaning.
Yeah. They must be on a ship, Dave.
Yeah, but look, everyone's standing up straight. And look at this dude. Look at his lean.
They're all CGI.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. And this guy's saying, I got to get a picture of this dude doing his lean thing.
It's a good thing that they're wearing their masks, because those two aren't.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Just the serfs have to wear the mask. So he stepped down from his post following comments that supported Putin. He also suggested that Ukraine would never take back Crimea from Russia. His comments triggered a diplomatic storm, attracting widespread criticism since it came at a time when Ukraine is being threatened by a potential Russian invasion. This narrative is getting out of control, man. How long has Russia had those troops at the border, Todd?
Probably working on 6 weeks now, right?
I think longer than that. Let's find out. Let's look it up. Anybody know how long they've been there? I want to say several months. Let's see who knows. September? It's been months, right? 6 months? Yeah, I'd say somewhere in that ballpark.
Why are they worried about it now?
Exactly. That's why the narrative doesn't make any sense, right? Of what's coming out. Yeah. Vonda said, I heard 6 months as well. Since 2014. Well, Mike, I think they've always had troops there, like we have border security, but
we do.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What the hell is he talking about?
You know, a bigger story would have been if
Exactly.
8,500 troops were going to go to our southern border. That would
I
have been
know,
me.
I know, right? Um, yeah. So, Defense Minister Christine Lambrecht, he asked her to relieve me from my duties with immediate effect. I think this is hilarious, that lean. Yeah, so what doesn't mix with military is wokeness. That doesn't really quite hang.
Everything woke turns to shit.
Yep. Who said that?
I love that.
Um, fact checkers are used to confuse the public. Yeah, that's pretty obvious, right? Food rationing in DC. If you're hitting the grocery store to prepare for winter weather, please just buy what you need and leave some for others. You may have noticed empty shelves in some stores due to national supply chain issues, but there's no need to buy more than you normally would. Only take what you need. Government of the District of Columbia, Muriel Bowser, Mayor.
Wait till the toilet paper goes out again.
Oh my God. They actually have, hey, can you put together some graphics for me? Only take what you need. Well, we don't have any ink. Well, go down to the grocery store, get some. All right, never mind. So if we're looking at, I got an idea. Why don't we? We got a supply chain problem. Why don't we force Canadian truck drivers and U.S. truck drivers to get a vaccine? And then, okay, well, we're not going to do it to Canadian truck drivers, but we're going to do it to U.S. truck drivers coming across the border. Well, approximately 500,000 people, and I think they raised like $2.5 million on a GoFundMe to this convoy. And have you seen some videos of that?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. I wanted to go to, I think Il Donaldo has some good ones. Does he? Did you see him today?
I see him every day. I don't remember if he did the truck thing today or not.
I think he did.
Maybe not. I'm looking at him now. Oh yeah, I think it was earlier. Hold on, I gotta see what this is.
It's gone up higher than me then. Imagine if the other guy was here. We're doing great. It's wonderful. The stock market is surging. It's gone up higher than me than anybody. But that doesn't mean that it's the best for the economy.
Oh my God. I did not see that coming.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. I knew you were going to get a shock.
Dude, thanks for not spoiling it for me. That's hilarious. Oh my God. Oh, that killed me. Oh, that's so good.
Cat turd rocks.
Yeah, exactly.
For vice president, it'd be better than Kamala.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's go, Brandon. Oh man, look at that, the orange sky. The truck convoy is just awesome. Some great shots of that. And just so much happening.
Still no word from our mainstream media about Boris Johnson proclaiming that they're not going to enforce mandates or COVID vaccination passes.
Wow.
Media
Meanwhile,
silent.
meanwhile, um, the Pfizer board member suggests end to mask and vaccine mandates. The only way to get compliance from people and get accommodation is if we demonstrate the ability to withdraw these mandates in the same manner in which we put them in, Gottlieb added. The call for COVID 19 restrictions to be dropped comes as the overall infection rate in the U.S. has sharply declined in recent days. Data from Johns Hopkins, Run Our World, and data shows that 4,100 out of every 1 million Americans recorded infections on January 10th, but that rate was 2,643 as late as Friday and dropped to 615 per 1 million as of Sunday. And Ron Johnson's roundtable. I could show this after you guys jump off, so I'm not holding you up. But vaccine mandates around the world are collapsing, but we got to go to RSBN for that to hear about what happened in Great Britain. This is where we got a GB News, really high level news, right? And like you said, nobody's covering it.
No, that's not big news, Dave.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. What's how this is all unraveling, right? Do you remember when I was recruited by Iowa and Lute Olson signed me, and then he left and went to Arizona, and George Raveling came in?
Yep.
Right? And then Raveling just turned the program to shit.
Yep.
And they were like, we were saying it's the unraveling of the Iowa basketball program. He was there just long enough to ruin my career there, and 1 year after. So he was there 3 years total. Lost to Iowa State 3 years in a row, which is a no-no, right? That's like, that's like Illinois losing Illinois State, Illinois basketball or Illinois football.
Right.
And, but at any rate, this is the narrative, my friends, is unraveling worse than George Raveling.
Well, and I think that's why you have Ukraine now. It's a distraction, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's why those troops have been there for, months and months. But now it's a problem. Could that have anything to do with the fact that you're in the tank? Your ratings are way down.
He's not going to pull out of this spiral.
No way. Oh, hell no. UK MHRA confirms COVID vax have caused 5 times more deaths in 12 months than every other vaccine combined has caused in 21 years. How many times have you heard me say that? That all of the VARS numbers, that the vax deaths from this have surpassed all of the other years combined by far. Man, UK medicine regularly confirms that COVID jabs have caused. How are we having this conversation? How are we reading this and you can still go out and get a jab? Unless it was absolutely a planned genocide. There's no way in hell. If people were really concerned about our health, one death, 2 deaths, 3 deaths, 26 deaths stopped. What was the one that stopped after 21? The H1N1?
Wasn't that hoof and mouth or something? I don't know. One of the other.
It was a vague, Um, yeah. That Mrs. Patriot. Been listening all night, but figured I'd finally say hello. Hello.
Hello.
And
Hello.
I caught it. I caught your only comment. Um,
We knew you were listening.
Yep, pork lamb, crisper. You know, yeah.
Well, I think we're
Thank you
going to
guys.
call it a night here, Dave. It's
Yep.
12:21. 12:21. Ticking
There
away.
you go. 12:21. Take it away.
Epstein Island
Cappy.
burns away.
Yeah. All right, my friends. See you tomorrow night. And
Happy birthday to Rob.
oh yeah. That's right. So I started out saying happy birthday, but now that we got 1,700 people, I could have done it with 2,000. Sorry, Rob. Rob, who does all of our gear, my friends. The indoctrination.shop. He does this website. He ships all of your gear. He creates the gear. He created this Snedhead's Love and Light design. Just very, very creative. We the people are pissed off he's doing that. Although I think Christie came up with that one, but he created this one where we go all Snedhead's gear. And then he also does the website for us. So Rob is an invaluable member of this team and does great work, really great work. So Rob, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rob. Happy birthday to you.
Cut.
Curtain.
And many more, my friend. All right.
Happy birthday, Rob.
All right.
Have a good night.
Good night, you guys. Love
Good night,
you.
everybody. Get the hell out of your foxholes. What have you been in them for so long? Get out there. Let's go.
Yep. That's right.
That's here for the night.
All right.
That's it.
See you
Good night,
guys.
everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you. All right, my friends. So wrapping it up, a few things that I wanted to cover. The the mandates are collapsing, no question about it. And now Ron Johnson crushed it today. And I'm going to show you just a couple minutes of this right here of what went down with
Please tell
Senator
me,
Ron Johnson.
Apparently one of the whistleblowers is brave enough to come forward and give a name, or I would not have allowed you to come to
Yes,
talk
Senator.
about
So we've got 3 whistleblowers who've given me permission at this point to share their name. Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Teresa Long, DO MPH, Dr. Samuel Sigloff, and Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Peter Chambers, DO and Flight Surgeon. All 3 have given me this data. I have declarations from all 3. This data is under.
How's the sound on this, guys? Is this good? Good. Sound is good. All right. Let's see.
This is under penalty of perjury. We intend to submit this to the courts. We have substantial data showing that we saw, for example, miscarriages increased by 300% over the 5-year average, almost. We saw almost 300% increase.
300% of miscarriages. End of conversation. That should be it. But yeah, we still got to sit and talk and make an argument out of this.
In cancer over the 5-year average. Cancer is not being talked about except for by Dr. Ryan Cole. Thank you.
300% increase in cancer.
Doctor, we saw, this one's amazing, neurological. So neurological issues which would affect our pilots. over 1,000% increase.
That's
1,000.
10 times. That's 10 times the rate, and obviously that resonates.
83,000 per year. I'm sorry, 82,000 per year to 863,000 in 1 year. Our soldiers are being experimented on, injured, and sometimes possibly killed. Dr. Corey, thank you so much for your stance on the corruption. That's precisely what it is. They know this. And Senator, when these doctors are attacked, not necessarily the people in this room, I'm not giving names, they call me. I'm the one dealing with the medical boards. I'm the one watching the witch hunts. I'm the one fighting them off, and I'm the one telling them where to go. I'm going to keep doing that. Senator, we also have, let me give you this last thing, and then I'll shut up and get out of your way. 9/28/2021, Project Salus weekly report. Project Salus is a Defense Department initiative where they report and they take all this data that doesn't exist supposedly, and they give it to the CDC. They're watching these vaccines. On that date, and around that date, I have numerous instances where Fauci and that entire crew were saying, it's a crisis of the unvaxxed, it's 99% unvaxxed in the hospital. In Project Salus, in the weekly report, the DoD document says specifically 71% of new cases are in the fully vaxxed and 60% of hospitalizations are in the fully vaxxed. This is corruption at the highest level. We need investigations. The Secretary of Defense needs investigated. The CDC needs to investigated. And thank you so much, Senator, for having the courage to stand against these special interests.
So Senator Ron Johnson, very courageous to get to have this round table together, right? And very important. Guys, if you want to see the whole thing, it's 5.5 hours long. It's like one of our shows, okay? But here's another one. Here's another part of this. But we have this link for you in the show notes. And if you need the show notes, go to theindoctrination.com, click on show notes, right? Yeah, this is 71 to 60% of the people getting sick are jabbed and in the hospital, right? That was the hospital numbers. It's maddening. Real-time analysis, early treatment, okay? All studies combined. This is analysis of 33 early COVID-19 early treatments, database of 414 potential treatments. 67 countries have approved early treatments. Recently added cannabidiol. I'm not saying that correctly. Hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, vitamin D. Okay, these are, hold on, let me get to it. Vitamin D, curcumin, probiotics, metformin, vitamin C. I don't know what that is. Melatonin, budesonide, and alcetan. Christy, was the budesonide the one that you sent to me about that? The different treatments. This is, for example, low rates of hospitalization and death in 4,376 COVID-19 patients given early ambulatory medical and supportive care, a case series and observational study. 100% improvement in mortality and hospitalization. Yeah. Quercetin, zinc. See, these are all risk of death, 99.8% lower with all these, with quercetin and zinc, HCQ. Risk of hospitalization is 99.8% lower. Risk of death, 97% lower. Risk of hospitalization, 99% lower. I mean, these are real studies, right? Ivermectin, 65% improvement. 76 studies. Look at these numbers, folks. This is insane. Vitamin A, 59%. Even just taking vitamins. Melatonin, 63%. Paxlovid, 83% improvement. Quercetin, 74. Sativa, 67. That's a cannabinol. Curcumin, 49. Look at these numbers. Vitamin D, 44%. Zinc, 35. So when you combine these, the numbers go way up. Vitamin C, NAC, hydroxychloroquine, 26%, 306 studies. And if you take that in combination with zinc and, vitamin D and, remdesivir, only 20% in 27 studies. It's way down here. And yet that's number one in the hospitals. Look at that. How does remdesivir jump up to number one in the hospitals? And when it's also killing people. Okay? It's insane, folks. And these are the numbers coming out. Yeah, it's wild. How about that? What do you guys think about this? I mean, how are these people not going to hang for this? How are they not going to hang? Do you even see? Do you see a future? Yeah, it costs the most. Dawn, good point. Yeah, exactly. Do you see a future where the people who created this bioweapon, who launched it into the world, do you see a future where we're not going to seek the death penalty for these people? I don't. Ivermectin brought back your taste and smell fully after 4 to 5 days. That's good to know. Amber, I'm pretty sure my military mom was murdered by the hospital with remdesivir. That's tragic. Sorry to hear that. God love you. Yeah, because it costs $3,000. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's all about the money and murder. Firing squad, they should be held accountable. Yeah. Pork lamb, I believe in justice being served. There's no way. I don't see this not ending really badly for them. I am well beyond that point where I'm not going to stop until they're held accountable. Dawn said today that 40% of people still believe Fauci. Well, pork lamp, good call, because all the football and everything from the weekend, right? Without closing the CIA and the FBI, not likely. No, those have to fall. There's going to be a lot of lawsuits, I think. Soros owns the patent on remdesivir. Dusker, would you send that to me, please? Yeah, a lot of people were stupid. I'm not going to disagree with you there. FDA halted Regeneron use today. Really? Interesting. Justified country gal. Thank you. Oh, mother-in-law, not military mother. Mother-in-law, my husband's grandmother. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I thought military, but that makes sense. But I've been thinking military because of what we just heard about that gentleman saying how we're using our military as guinea pigs. Yeah. Yeah, how will the world rebuild after this war? This is going to be very interesting to see. Mass genocide, no question. Yeah, I'm waiting to see and hear about the arrests. By the way, guys, I just want to plant this seed. We're down to 1471 in the Sned Shed. My friends, I just haven't been keeping up on the tally. I'd like to figure out a way that'll keep that automatically, but I'd like to let you know, who's around you. So, yeah, I'm going to close out here, but there are so-called truthers out there that have spoken of the arrests, right? They've I don't need this. They've spoken of the arrests as if they've already happened. They've given you details, when they happened, who's alive, who's dead. Here's the thing. That takes away the steam power of our engines. It weakens our engines because if we think it's already done, then we're not going to make sure it happens, right? We need to be in this active mode that we're going to make sure that this happens. So I'm waiting to see and hear about the arrests. And I don't listen to anybody who tries to tell us who's arrested, when, and where. Period. End of story. And they discredit themselves, in my view. Because do I think some arrests have been made? Do I think some deals have been struck in this, not the sense that they've got a lighter sentence, but hey, if you do what we tell you, you'll live a long life in prison. If you don't do what we tell you, you'll die. So, because I want to make sure that we cross the finish line. But if we think we already won the race, that can be dangerous. And I know we talk about that, meaning patriots in control and things like that, but we still know we need to engage in the process. We still know we need to push it across the finish line here. So just thoughts there. Let's see. House lawmakers demand Pelosi McCarthy swiftly hold vote on bills to ban Congress from trading stocks. That's news today. So we'll see how Nancy pushes back on that. That's her cash cow right there. And then the digital dollar is years away as U.S. Fed kicks issue to Congress. If the U.S. Fed decided tomorrow that they were going to do, crypto, it would take them at least 2 years to get it going, right? Yeah, the American cities need to be taken back. No question. Yep. Gallows in Times Square live would be fitting. Yeah, somewhere. So, my friends, let's check out a few memes, and I think this is interesting. Let me show you this, if this comes up. CBP agents see Custom and Border Patrol agencies large shipments of fake U.S. driver's licenses from Hong Kong. Several containers carrying more than 1,000 fake American driver's licenses in Indianapolis that had recently been smuggled into the U.S. from Hong Kong. Containers were bound for addresses in Chicago and New York. The containers were labeled as game card with a value of $20. The 3 containers held a lot. So what's going on here? Is this their MS-13? Is this the their boots on the ground, so to speak. From coming from China, but also it could be if voter ID did pass or somehow, some way, they're getting them fake IDs basically. So let's go to the memes and end with a prayer. This is the way a lot of people see it. If this surprises you, then you haven't been paying attention. I don't think Obama would do this bad a job, honestly. I think that whoever's behind this mask is a white hat. I just can't. Come on. How can you be that bad? You can't unless it's intentional. We're all being played. Banks, government, media and corporations, military, police, and you. Pretty clear. Here's the answer why 1 is called 1 and 2 is called 2. It's all about the angles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all have angles. I think I had learned this a long time ago and forgotten about it. Pretty cool. Check out all the angles. And then, of course, 0 is 0 angle. It says angel, but it means angle. Fun fact, no state in the nation requires a dog to have a carry permit. Keep that dude close, man. Nice looking Glock in there. Looks like mine. Coercion does not equal consent. Yes, it does not. Honey Badger, the man on the left, is a great personal friend of mine. Remember the 2 California docs who were suspended from social media for medical information? You remember we showed that whole presentation that they did early on. Well, it turns out they were right all along, and it was the CDC WHO, FDA, Fauci, and the media who were spreading medical misinformation. These guys were right here in California, if I remember correctly. Dad, do we really have to put up all these lights? Well, Rusty, just like Jeffrey Epstein, they aren't going to hang themselves. Never gets tired. Today, my teacher said I'm an oppressor because of the color of my skin. Today was your last day going to a public school. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Joe Biden's clock? A lion doesn't lose sleep over the opinion of sheep. Make America great again. They have found the bat that started all this. Yeah. Freedom, vaccine passports, digital ID and CBDC, social score, and concentration camps. Yes. Anons, when this is all over. Guys, oh my God. I look forward to resting. I look forward to relieving the pressure valve, yeah, of the life that we are presently leading, right? Jackie says, when I was a driving instructor in LA, the DMV examiners were selling the illegals licenses under the table. That was in the late 80s and early 90s. I heard about that, Jackie. That's a good call. Dear Feds, remember these guys? What the hell's their name? I can't remember the name. At least change the uniform. FBI. Well, they're thinking, well, we already got the khakis. Let's just go with it. No one will notice. For crying out loud, we made Antifa flags, to look just like the anti-fascista of the Third Reich. So no one's gonna pay attention, right? Because John McAfee didn't kill himself. Exactly. Yeah. All right, my friends. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us all together. Thank you for the gift of awareness and awakening of this planet. Please bless all those who are out there doing such incredible work in your name and such incredible work in the name of humanity. Please protect them, keep them safe. Thank you for my sister coming out of of the hospital, and she's healing. My brother's back in the hospital with pneumonia, so please watch over him, Lord, and strengthen him and bring him home. And also thank you for watching over my father and his improvement with cancer. And Lord, all those who are struggling out there, please be with them and let them know that they are not alone. And they have the love of you. They have the love of us. They have the love of each other. So many people that are hurting right now. So we pray for them and watch over our dear friend Rob on this beautiful day of his birth and his family, and watch over Todd and Cindy and their family, and Christy and Barbara and all the mods and all the people who make this this show so fabulous. Thank you, Lord, for your compassion. Thy will be done. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. All right, my friends. Thank you. We got up to our over 2,000 despite not having Facebook. So thank you all for sharing this inside of Facebook, the links that people could come out of Facebook and watch it. And thank you for sharing it around. And God bless you all. Thanks for hanging, and I love you. Be well. See you tomorrow night. Should be back on 6:30 schedule tomorrow night. Yeah, I think so. All right. Love you. Bye-bye.